everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Rajnath Singh to visit Visakhapatnam, the Defence Minister to take a look and review the naval preparedness. This is the first visit since he took charge yet again as the Defence Minister. The Supreme Court orders grace marks to over 1,563 students to be cancelled and to re-examine. This is a retest that is an option that's been given by the Supreme Court. If they don't take up that retest, then those grace marks will be lost. 4 terror attacks in 4 days in Jammu. The Prime Minister reviews the security situation with the NSA and other officials saying that full counter-terror capabilities need to be used. And since then, 50 people have been retained in order to get a sense of what really took place on Sunday when that bus was attacked. Heatwave conditions in North India continues and it sizzles under extreme heat. We're talking about heatwave alert that will continue till next week. This is the IMD saying that the temperatures right now are in between the 45 to 47 degree mark as far as the northwest plains are concerned. Special Indian Air Force flight that has taken off from Kuwait will land in Kochi with the remains of the 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire that took place in Kuwait. That flight will land at about 11 o'clock this morning. The Minister of State of Gonda, the MP, we're talking about Kirti Singh, he is also on that special repatriation flight that has taken off from Kuwait, will be landing in Kochi. Prime Minister Modi is in Italy for the G7 summit. Ukraine war and global economy will be dominating the agenda. He'll be meeting with Emmanuel Macron as well as the Prime Minister of Italy. Will he be meeting the President of the United States? That's the big question. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadra. Let's get you our top story, and that is that the NTA that announced a retest that will be conducted on the 23rd of June for all 1,563 NEET-UG candidates who received the grace marks due to the distribution of wrong question paper. Also, because there was a delay in the distribution of the OMR sheets, the results will be declared as soon as the 30th of this month. The decision was announced by the NTA following the instructions and the observations that were made by the Supreme Court. Do remember that the Supreme Court had said that the sanctity was impacted. The significant disparity when it comes to the marks scored in the Class 12 and NEET-UG is raising serious questions over the authenticity of the students' marks in the medical entrance exam. Approximately 24 lakh medical aspirants took this examination, which is an ultra-competitive entrance test for undergraduate medical courses conducted on the 5th of May. The results that was meant to come out on the 14th came out as soon as the 4th of June. Do remember, it's also the day that counting took place and the election results were out. So many questions being raised as to how is it that the results came out earlier than time. We have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us to get us more on this. Sunil, we heard Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, saying that there was no paper leak, but it's the opposition that's demanding that the NTA chief be sacked. They're raising many questions, and a lot of protests are also being organized across the country, not just here in Delhi. We saw protests at Jantar Mantar yesterday, but more such protests are being organized in order for some demands being made that NEET should be scrapped altogether, and it's not just those grace marks.
Well, there has been a war of words between the opposition as well as the government, but I'm not getting into that at this present juncture. Today, the Supreme Court is going to hear the question about clubbing of the cases. This is the third time in a row that the Supreme Court is hearing the matter. So you can definitely, as you rightly pointed out, lakhs of students they depend on this. It's a professional exam. There has been a complete mismanagement by the NTA, the National Testing Agency run by the central government. And it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But having said that, the fact of the matter is that there is definitely a huge issue, and ultimately with the Supreme Court hearing this matter today, whether they'll agree to club not to hear it in various high courts, the Delhi High Court and others, just to have it being heard in the Supreme Court at the apex level, at the highest court level, it will definitely be something to be, to wait and watch and see whether the Supreme Court agrees to it. It's a vacation bench. The Supreme Court is already going to hear this matter on the 8th of July once it resumes with the full hearings after the vacation.
The petition is regarding the transfer to the Supreme Court, given that, there are multiple pleas and multiple, courts involved, and which is why they are asking for all of that to be transferred. The NTA is asking for all the cases to be transferred to the Supreme Court itself.
That's right. That's the reason why they want this to be done at the Supreme Court level, so that they can be able to address all the concerns rather than, fight it out at various high courts. Various other decisions. So if we can be all clubbed together, that's the plea. So we'll wait and see whether the Supreme Court accepts it or not. But as you rightly pointed out, it's definitely been a very, very traumatic experience for students and parents who are looking for their sons to become doctors. So it's definitely a huge concern.
Right, and a very short notice being given, considering that the exams will be held on the 23rd of this month, and results will have to come out really soon as well. So, Sunil, we will keep tracking this story and coming back to you for more on that. And it is the Education Minister who's gone on to say there was no paper leak. It is, of course, the opposition who's questioning, the system altogether, talking about how the decision was taken. Also, the Education Minister has gone on to say that no kind of disadvantage will be placed as far as any student is concerned. The Congress are demanding the sacking of the NTA chief. Also, that they will be raising this in the Parliament. But it's DMK's Kanimuri who's gone on to say that Tamil Nadu, was doing very well with its own system of medical recruitment. She's calling this now an eliminating examination, not really an eligibility examination. Let's listen.
Your party has been protesting, and you in particular have been raising the issue since 2017. It has certainly become a political hot button, not just in Tamil Nadu but all over India. Today, after the Supreme Court's intervention, a much needed correction has happened. Do you think this is the step in the right direction?
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a small respite to the students, around 1,500 students, who lost their marks because of problems with the QR code, and because they did not get enough time to finish their answer paper. But DMK's stand is much more than that. We want exemption from NEET. We are not talking, because there is many issues and many problems, like they have multiple question papers, and some question papers are very difficult, some are quite easy. Students from different parts of the country, have to, answer these question papers, which are very difficult, and they feel they've lost out because of these multiple question papers. And they feel wronged. Even in my constituency, around 1,500 students are suffering this year because of these multiple question papers. So it's a very complicated and a problem for most of the students. So I think Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Okay. Talking about this particular, because we are looking at NEET-UG examinations of 2024, the Union Education Minister, in fact, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who addressed press conference just a couple of hours ago, ma'am, has said that there is no evidence of paper leak. And he has also asserted that the Education Ministry will try and ensure transparency going forward. Then why continue to demand scrapping altogether?
This is not actually an eligibility test. It is, it's more convenient for any eligibility or entrant examinations. I think people who benefit more are students from cities, because they can go to coaching classes, and it is the affluent actually who benefit out of these exams. And students from rural areas, students who cannot afford to go for coaching classes, they find it very difficult to get through these exams, and it is actually filed against them. So it's not fair. So in Tamil Nadu, we've always, the ratio of doctors per the population has always been high, and our health sector has always done well. But after the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in. And our doctors are doing very well all over the world and in Tamil Nadu. Because of NEET, so many of our students who should have rightfully got into medical colleges, and especially students from underprivileged families and rural areas, are the worst sufferers.
Well, switching tracks now to Bengaluru, a court has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa after he failed to appear for questioning in a case under the POCSO Act. The former Chief Minister has now sought relief from the High Court, and the matter is coming up in court at 2:30 this afternoon. He has been booked under POCSO and IPC sections relating to sexual harassment after a woman alleged that the BJP leader sexually assaulted her 17-year-old daughter during a meeting at his residence in February. We have Radhika with us to get us more on this. Radhika, it's very unfortunate that the mother who had complained and filed that complaint has died of lung cancer last month. Take us through the details of that case, and also, it's the BJP claiming that it's all, it's the Congress, and claiming that this is vendetta politics and nothing beyond that.
Yes, that's what the BJP in the state is claiming. Of course, trouble mounting for B.S. Yediyurappa. Now, special court, in fact, issuing that non-bailable warrants against him, which means his arrest could be imminent at this point. Now, of course, this was issued on the grounds that Yediyurappa did not cooperate with the CID, did not appear before it when it was asked to appear, and therefore this NBW has been issued. He was issued notices to appear before CID multiple times in the past, but that was something, that Yediyurappa did not do, of presenting himself before the CID. So therefore, despite notices being issued, he did not comply with those notices, which is why now the court going ahead and issuing that NBW. Now, the prosecution also pointed out that Yediyurappa had been trying to influence the family of the victim by, in fact, giving them bribe and trying to destroy the evidence. So therefore, it is important that he be questioned in connection with the case, which is why now NBW has been issued. Of course, before the Karnataka High Court, Yediyurappa has approached with two petitions, one to quash the FIR against him and another which is an anticipatory bail. Of course, he, issued that, he filed for anticipatory bail post this order of NBW by special court. Now, this will be heard by the by Karnataka High Court at about 2:30 p.m. So we'll have to wait and see, what kind of orders will be passed. But certainly, trouble mounting for B.S. Yediyurappa. He is at the moment not in Karnataka, is what we are being told. He's perhaps in Delhi. Multiple reactions coming in from both the Congress and the BJP. Of course, BJP calling this vendetta politics. Congress saying that the law is just taking its course. Remains to be seen what orders will be passed by the Karnataka High Court after Yediyurappa approached the court with an anticipatory bail application. Of course, this is in connection to the case, a POCSO case in which a 17-year-old was allegedly sexually assaulted by the former Chief Minister. The complainant was her mother. She has passed away, and now the complaint is being taken up by the victim's brother.
Right, Radhika, stay with us on next story as well. And this is coming out of Karnataka, the sensational details that have now come out as far as actor Darshan, who's accused in that murder case of Renuka Swamy, who died on the 8th. His body was found on the 9th. Renuka, take us through, there's now CCTV footage, and there's also claims being made by, 3-4 men saying that they were being offered money to take the flak, to take the blame and the fall for the murder of Renuka Swamy.
That's right. Many sensational details, of course, coming out in Darshan case. Initially, of course, in the police remand copy, it spoke about how the victim, Renuka Swamy, was tied with a rope and beaten up by wooden sticks by Darshan's aide. Was Darshan there at that time? That is being probed. And also certain other details in connection to how Darshan was trying to frame 3 men. It was trying to tell 3 men to take the fall for the entire incident. They, in fact, confessed before the police that they had, in fact, allegedly murdered Renuka Swamy as a result of financial dispute. But further, a probe and interrogation revealed that Darshan was behind it. Darshan has asked them to take the fall for the murder in exchange of 5 lakh rupees each to the family of all of those 3. Of course, Darshan, his partner, and 11 others have been arrested. They've been sent to police custody for 6 days. They will once again be produced before the court in a couple of days. Police trying to find out the exact circumstances leading to death, sequence of events, also trying to scan the CCTV footage that they've already gathered during the time of the incident, on the night of the incident, and electronic evidence, phone evidence are being checked at this point. Also trying to understand if there was a larger motive behind this and how this entire conspiracy was hatched.
Right, Radhika, thank you for getting us all those details regarding the death of Renuka Swamy, who had allegedly sent obscene text to Darshan's co-star and girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. And CCTV footage has emerged showing 2 cars being driven away from where the spot, this is where the body was recovered. One of the cars is believed to be linked to Darshan, and sources also saying that the actor and his aides took him to a shed where Darshan allegedly thrashed Renuka Swamy with a belt, while his aides beat him with sticks until he was unconscious. Radhika, we will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, a special Indian Air Force aircraft has taken off from Kuwait, carrying the bodies of 45 Indians who died in that massive fire that took place in Kuwait 2 days ago. The plane is expected to land in Kerala's Kochi. We're expecting it anytime between 10:30 and 11 this morning. It is the MP of Gonda, the Minister of State Kirti Vardhan Singh, who had rushed to Kuwait to expedite the bringing back as far as the mortal remains of those 45 Indians is concerned, of which 24 are from Kerala, 7 are believed to be from Tamil Nadu. These were all workers who lived in that very building. The fire that broke out in the wee hours, and this is when most of them were sleeping. They died due to smoke inhalation. Some of them even tried to jump out of the window. Unfortunately, they died due to the fall. Now, this special Indian Air Force aircraft that's carrying the mortal remains of the 45 Indian victims in that fire tragedy, the worst in the history of Kuwait, is on its way to India. It will first land in Kochi and then be taken to Delhi.
See, we are expecting the bodies in another few minutes. So Honorable CM will also be reaching here, and all arrangements are made, all ambulances are ready, and police will be accompanying everybody, every ambulance, and district police chiefs are also included in this whole process. So everything is done and everything is ready.
31 bodies. What happened in Kuwait was a really tragic incident, and 23 Malayalis, 1 Karnataka person, and 7 Tamils. Their bodies will be moved here, and the last respects will be paid by the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, the ministers of the Kerala cabinet, the local people representatives, and their bodies. We have arranged exclusive ambulances for each of them, along with a pilot vehicle by the police. Norca department has arranged the ambulances, so we will ensure the smooth transport of these bodies to their home places. We have already got their addresses verified. We have got their death certificates. We have got clear identifiers so that there is no last minute confusion. Ministers are already here to coordinate all the activities.
Sam, from what we just heard, the collectors say that 31 bodies belong to the southern states. We're talking about 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka.
That's right, Divya. Even as we speak, the minister in charge of non-resident Tamils, Jinji Mastan, is also heading to Kochi to coordinate sending the mortal remains to families who are in Tamil Nadu. And the flight is expected to land around 10:30 in Kochi, where Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan would also be there along with other ministers. There's a pall of gloom in several pockets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu, as these workers who were charred are from these two states largely. And the Tamil Nadu government and the Kerala government have announced a relief of 5 lakh each for families of these workers who were burnt to death. And in the case of Kerala, other agencies also are contributing another 7 lakh rupees, working out to a total of 12 lakh rupees. Now the focus is also shifting to around 50 workers who are being treated in Kuwait, and government agencies are also coordinating with local Tamil and Malayali groups in Kuwait to extend all possible help to those who are being treated there. And it was a very tragic fire in which 45 Indians were burnt alive. Some had actually jumped from the higher floors as the fire that began on the ground floor soon spread up, and many were burnt beyond recognition. They had to do DNA testing for identification. As we speak now, authorities say now the identification is complete. There will not be any more delay once the special flight lands here. The Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, is also coming on the same flight. The larger question, of course, is the plight of Indian workers, largely in the Middle East, living in what would many call as unsafe conditions, and it's time in some form the government, many workers here saying, should coordinate with the other governments in the Gulf to make sure the accommodation is safe and they comply with all norms, the local norms required, so that tragedies like this could be averted largely.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to more news now, and it's the Prime Minister who is in Italy to attend the summit of the Group of Seven known as G7, which is likely to be dominated by Ukraine and the Gaza ceasefire talks. During his day-long visit, the Prime Minister will be participating in a summit session entitled Artificial Intelligence, Energy, Africa, Mediterranean, to be hosted by the Italian Prime Minister Meloni. He'll be joined by Pope Francis. Pope Francis is also expected to hold a bilateral talk with the Prime Minister of India, who has a series of meetings scheduled with world leaders. We're talking about Emmanuel Macron as well as the leader from Germany. Will he be meeting with the US President? That is a question that needs to be answered, but there might be a sideline meeting as far as the President of the United States is concerned. My colleague Vishnu has the details.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in the Apulia region of southern Italy, his first international visit since NDA3 came to power. He is a special invitee at the G7 meeting, a gathering of the most powerful leaders in the planet. It's going to be a brief visit. Mr. Modi is here for just one day, an aspect reflected perhaps in the size of his interaction with the diaspora here. Unlike massive events in stadiums, there was a 5-minute meet and greet.
I'm in Bari, a full 50 kilometers away from Borgo Egnazia. That is where the all-important summit of the G7 is taking place. The reason we've been unable to go over there is because that entire area is off limits for the media. It's been turned into an absolute fortress. But behind that fortress are important conversations which are taking place, not least of all on the future of Ukraine.
The US President Joe Biden landing in Italy. His key agenda ahead of a World Peace Summit on Ukraine being held in Switzerland is clear. Arrive at an agreement that sends Russia a strong signal. A $50 billion package to Kiev, financed through seized Russian assets.
We want to demonstrate that the U.S. supports the people of Ukraine, that we stand with them, and that we'll continue to help address their security needs. The agreement will show our resolve and continued commitment.
It's unclear at this stage if Prime Minister Modi will be drawn into the conversation on Ukraine, and it remains unlikely that he'll attend the Ukraine Peace Summit, though India will be well represented. Here in Italy, though, India does have a key role to play. As a leader of the global south, India has been invited to the G7 repeatedly, It's the 11th time India is participating in the meet, whose key players represent close to 45% of the global GDP and more than 10% of the world's population. Significantly, China is not a member, and Russia was ejected in 2014 following their invasion of Crimea in Ukraine.
While the initial agenda of the G7 was on economic issues, talks between the most powerful economies in the world, the overall agenda has changed over a period of time, and that's because the state of the world's economy has changed. For example, India is now the world's 5th largest economy. We are in fact larger as an economy than the host nation Italy, France and also Canada. And India is seen to be an important voice of the global south, which is why India's participation, representation over here is seen to be crucial.
Besides key bilateral meetings, including the possibility of one with his Canadian counterpart Justin Trudeau, at a time of great tension between India and Canada over Khalistani separatism, Mr. Modi will be focusing on the Indo-Pacific region, Africa, climate change, migration and artificial intelligence. He will of course also look at the relationship with Italy, a key partner nation with whom New Delhi has had excellent relations. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was in India for the G20 summit in October 2021 and was in India on a state visit in March last year. Both countries are developing their strategic partnership. There are 2 lakh people of Indian origin in Italy, the second highest in the EU after the Netherlands. Italy is a member of the India-led International Solar Alliance. Trade in 2022-2023 was $15 billion. Italy is India's 4th largest partner in the European Union. India has an investment of $400 million in Italy in pharma, IT, electronics manufacturing and engineering.
The G7 is an important platform because it has as members the most important and industrialized countries in the world and some of our key global partners. And for the Prime Minister, it's an occasion to reiterate the importance we attach to multilateralism. It's a platform on which he will espouse his vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and also follow up on some of the outcomes of the G20 summit that he had chaired last year. And obviously, we are also voicing the aspirations and expectations of the global south on this platform.
There's also a profound historic association in the relationship that's often forgotten. Close to 50,000 Indian soldiers fought for the liberation of Italy during the Second World War. They fought in some of the most important battles here, in Florence, Bologna and Monte Cassino. In parts of Italy, Indian soldiers are still remembered and honored.
The Prime Minister's visit to Italy at this time, within days of being sworn in for a record 3rd time as Prime Minister, sets the stage for his foreign policy agenda. India, as we've been repeatedly saying, is an important voice of the global south. We've had an outstanding G20 as well. Over here, there is an impetus being added to the India story, important conversations. Remember, India is also essentially non-aligned. That word is no longer as fashionable perhaps as it once was, but India is not associated with any one power bloc, which in a sense adds to the respect that India earns around the world as an even player, an equal player, which deals with the major powers in an equal way. With camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom in Bari for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. Let's get you a check as far as the water crisis in the national capital is concerned, and this at a time when heatwave days have increased this time around to almost double of what we've seen in previous years. We're talking about 23 days of heatwave condition that has persisted in the national capital in the thick of the summer season. Now, however, the political blame game continues. An affidavit has been filed by the Delhi government saying that water tankers are needed to cater to areas that have not been connected to water supply lines or where the supply is inadequate. The Aam Aadmi Party has gone on to say that water theft has been taking place, but that's only been taking place on the Haryana side, and that extra water is not really being provided to the national capital. The BJP in its defense has gone on to say that the Delhi government is hiding its own failures. Now, the Himachal Pradesh government, who had gone on to say that they are providing water to Delhi, has now gone ahead and made a complete U-turn, saying they do not have the water to provide Delhi. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं, उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर.
Welcome back. Now, the elections for the appointment of the new Lok Sabha Speaker will take place on the 26th of this month, for which notices for motions supporting the candidates can be submitted by members by noon a day prior on the 25th of June. The 18th Lok Sabha session will begin on the 24th. This will be the first Lok Sabha session for the newly elected MPs after the general elections that took place. Now, view of the Lok Sabha in the new Parliament building is an official press statement that said that depending on the requirement of the government business, the Parliament session is scheduled to conclude conclude on the 3rd of July. My colleague Vasudha gets us all the details. Vasudha, any names doing the rounds considering the fact that this is a post that Chandrababu Naidu had been eyeing?
The Lok Sabha session is going to begin on the 24th of June. It will go on till the 3rd of July. It will have about 8 sittings, and the oath taking of the newly elected MPs will be on the 24th and 25th of June. The election of the Speaker, of course, is on the 26th of June, and these are some important dates like you also mentioned. The Rajya Sabha is expected to have 5 sittings this time. The President address to both houses is expected to be on the 27th of June, and there is expectation that there will be a discussion on the motion of thanks to the President's address on the 28th, and then there'll be the economic survey that will be laid out on the 3rd of July. Of course, the second part of the session, budget session, is going to be all the more important because the budget is likely to be presented around 22nd is what we hear. Both houses, of course, will start their sessions from 22nd and till 9th of August. This session could go on. 23 sittings in Lok Sabha and 20 sittings in Rajya Sabha are expected. So 44 to 47 days of, session is expected. But most important thing, like you rightly said, 26th of the Speaker's election is going to be most important. And like we all know, this time the numbers with the NDA are, a reduced form with 240 MPs of the BJP and 296 of the NDA combined. So clearly there is an aggressive opposition. They have already started raising issues of NEET and Agniveer and a couple of other issues. So clearly it's going to be a noisy session, and the opposition will also want to make a mark, even as the government will try its best to show that nothing has changed, and it does have the numbers because clearly BJP still remains the single largest party. So clearly there is going to be a lot of battle. As with regard to the Speaker, like you rightly said, TDP wanted it. Of course, many of the opposition parties have been eyeing that, but this is a very critical position considering the fragile situation in the Parliament. So BJP will want an experienced person to handle it so that the House is kept in order according to what it wants.
Let's just get you more news coming in regard to KCR, and there's more trouble with the ED seeking details as far as the 700 crore scheme is concerned. This may, it might be probed under PMLA is what we're hearing. So that is the latest that we're getting for you. My colleague Uma Sudhir has all the details.
So at a time when there is the phone tapping case in which fingers are being pointed at the political leadership of the BRS, there is, of course, the power purchase agreement in which the probe into it by the Justice Narasimha Reddy Committee, in which KCR has been issued notice, and there is also the Kaleshwaram irrigation project in which the PC Ghosh Committee is expected to perhaps call in the former irrigation minister, Mr. Harish Rao, and possibly even KCR, who was the irrigation minister in the second term. At this time comes this Enforcement Directorate probe into the sheep rearing scam. It was a 700 crore kind of a scheme in which sheep were given to the sheep rearing community, and what the Enforcement Directorate has done is to ask them to give district-wide data about the number of sheep that have been distributed, who has got them, who are the beneficiaries, what is their address, bank account number, etc., and the amount that they are supposed to give as their own contribution, which is the bank account into which the contribution of the beneficiaries has come. All those details they have sought. Not just that, they have also sought the details of the vehicles in which the sheep were apparently transported, and also the feed, where it was got from, what kind of tenders were called, and what kind of companies were involved, who were the ones who were supplying the feed for all these sheep. What is interesting is that the Anti-Corruption Bureau is already probing this. 10 people were in fact named as accused, 8 of them were arrested, and all those 8 people in fact belong to official DUM, and yes, on Monday 3 of them, including the OSD of the former Animal Husbandry Minister Srinivas Yadav, he as well as the person who is heading the Telangana Livestock Development Corporation, they were called in for questioning, and for 3 days the questioning had happened, and subsequently this PMLA case, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under which the Enforcement Directorate is looking into this entire scam.
Right, so of course, Uma, thank you so much for getting us details of the enforcement director there, sorting details into the 700 crore sheep development rearing scheme implemented, and she was mentioning, of course, it's the ACB that's already investigating the case as per the preliminary estimates. Now, switching tracks to more news now, and we're talking about Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, who is now in Uttar Pradesh's Gorakhpur. He got there on Wednesday to preside over a training session as far as the cadres are concerned. This is a big question as far as Mohan Bhagwat is concerned. Will he be meeting with the Chief Minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh? We're talking about Yogi Adityanath. Now, he had arrived on Wednesday for a 20-day Karyakarta Vikas Varg. Now, that is being held by the RSS, the BJP's ideological wing. This visit of Mohan Bhagwat is very significant because this is a visit of Mohan Bhagwat to the state after its defeat in the Lok Sabha elections that were recently concluded. We're talking about, Mohan Bhagwat there. He's maintained that the Sangh had no involvement whatsoever as far as the election outcome is concerned. But, regarding the poor performance as far as the BJP goes, so will there be discussions? Are those likely in order to, talk about the performance as far as the BJP in the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned in the recently concluded Lok Sabha election? So that is the big question. But from what we know is that he is there in Uttar Pradesh's Gorakhpur. He got there on Wednesday. He is, presiding over that training session which is taking place. This is the second time this training session is taking place. So it is RSS's chief Mohan Bhagwat who is in the state of Uttar Pradesh. A very significant visit there, given the fact that this is his first visit since the election results were declared, in which the Samajwadi Party and the Congress alliance there, the India alliance, won 43 seats, but it was the BJP that was badly defeated. And this also comes in the year when the Ram Temple was inaugurated in Ayodhya. So many questions being raised as far as the BJP performance in the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. And there will the RSS chief be really meeting with the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath while he is in Gorakhpur in Uttar Pradesh is the big question. And moving on to more news now, and speculations as far as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's electoral debut had reached a crescendo. Everybody was waiting for her political debut, but all that was deflated when she decided not to contest in the Lok Sabha elections. But now sources are saying that the Congress leader may be the Congress candidate for the bypoll from the Wayanad Lok Sabha constituency, and that is if her brother vacates the seat. Mr. Gandhi, do remember, won the Lok Sabha polls with considerable margins from both the Raebareli as well as the Wayanad constituencies, and also fanned the flames of a possible debut by his sister when he said that Prime Minister Modi would have lost by 2-3 lakh votes if his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra had fought against the Prime Minister Modi on the seat of Varanasi. Moving on now to more news, and as far as the heatwave situation in the northern part of the country is concerned, that is going to continue next week as well. The IMD has said that there have been 15 days or more of heatwave in 14 of the 36 divisions of the Met Office. They have also gone on to report that heatwave days have been way more. Do remember, there was a warning by the Met Office way before the summer set in, saying that this summer is going to have more heatwave days. The intensity and the frequency will be higher this time around. But when we take into account how much higher and how bad has it been, so far we're seeing that in Odisha there have been 27 days of heatwave. In Rajasthan, 23 days of heatwave have been reported so far in the western, as far as the western part of Rajasthan is concerned. Now let's talk about West Bengal. There 21 days of heatwave have been reported. In Delhi, 23 days so far. That's making it double of a normal season as far as the monsoon is concerned. So heatwave conditions are going to continue is what the Met Office is saying. So we are on the weekend, we are stepping into the weekend, but this is going to continue next week as well, as the temperatures are in the range of between 45 to about 47 degrees Celsius. And with that, we're slipping to a short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi arrives in Italy for the G7 summit. It will be Ukraine war as well as a war in Gaza, along with global economy, which is going to be dominating the agenda. The Prime Minister is going to be meeting multiple world leaders. Will he be meeting President Biden is the big question.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia.
Well, imagine having a poll lead so vast, your manifesto can boast £2.5 billion in spare tax rises that you haven't spent. Well, that was Keir Starmer's gambit, his closest thing to the surprise the rabbits he detests, as Labour's leader launched an offer to British voters that he hopes won't upset his 23-point poll lead over the Tories. With Labour out of power for 14 years, the party has spent years working up to its policy offer in a grinding internal bureaucracy. As a result, the 136-page manifesto is packed with policy. Here are the details. As the UK polls race inches closer to its final showdown, the Labour Party released its election manifesto with a promise to rebuild the country, ending what party leader Keir Starmer called an era of gestures and gimmicks.
This changed Labour Party has a plan for growth. We are pro-business and pro-worker, the party of wealth creation. We will reform the planning rules, a choice ignored for 14 years, and build the homes and infrastructure you need. We will level up your rights at work, a choice ignored for 14 years, and raise your wages and your security.
From wealth creation for the working class, new border and security command to pledging to recognizing Palestine as a state, the manifesto has it all. Central to Labour's pitch is wealth creation through increased investment to help improve the living standards of working people. Labour has also unveiled plans to hike taxes by £8.6 billion through raids on private schools, overseas property investors to pay more for NHS appointments and more. Doing away with Tories' Rwanda scheme, Labour aims to build a new border and security command to stop smuggling of all illegal migrants. Unlike the Conservative Party, Labour's biggest spending commitment is the £23.7 billion for green measures. That is because green policies are at the heart of the party's plans for growth and prosperity as well as climate.
Lastly, Keir Starmer has also pledged to reduce wait times at the doctors by creating an extra 40,000 appointments a year by introducing more weekend services. With many big-ticket reforms on its manifesto, Labour is all set to take on the Conservatives at the UK polls on the 4th of July. With Disha Bagchi, Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV.
Two manifestos this week, and there's a clear choice at this election. We published a manifesto that's going to cut taxes for people in this country, and the Labour manifesto that was published today made it clear that taxes are going to rise. Multiple independent sources demonstrate that the tax burden under Labour will rise to the highest levels in history. And in contrast, if I'm re-elected, we will cut taxes for people at every stage of their life, cutting taxes for people in work, cutting tax for people who are self-employed, cutting tax for people who are buying their first home, cutting tax for pensioners and cutting taxes for families. That's the type of country I want to believe.
Well, for further clarity from Ground Zero, we have with us former BBC editor Nicholas Nugent. Thanks so much, Nick, for joining us. Now that both the major parties in the UK have set out their manifestos ahead of the general election, talk to us about how the two manifestos and their promises stack up.
Well, one of the noticeable things about this election is that the key differences, as you put it, have diminished, because Labour, which used to be the party of high spending on welfare, is now preaching the same philosophy as the Conservatives about growing the economy. In other words, it's adopting the philosophy that you can't spend more on health or welfare or education unless your economy is expanding and there is more scope for bringing in revenue.
But Nick, Labour has unveiled £8.6 million of tax rises by 2028-2029, with raids on private schools, overseas property investors and non-doms. The manifesto reiterates Labour's promise not to raise national insurance, income tax or VAT, but the Conservatives meanwhile have offered a variety of tax cuts. Which plan does the British public seem to lean towards as things stand today?
Well, yes, but they have ruled out raising all the key taxes, that's to say income tax, national insurance, VAT. Those are the key taxes that affect everybody. So Labour Party reckon they're going to raise their tax by selective measures, raising VAT on private schooling. So that's a vote for equalisation within society, not giving the same privilege to those who can afford expensive schools. And secondly, to tax the oil and gas industry, because once again, that brings in a lot of revenue, but it also helps the climate change policy of reducing dependence on oil and gas, and various other sort of small tax changes, or indeed trying to prevent tax evasion, trying to tighten the rules. So no government is going to win, or no party is going to win this election by putting up what we normally think of as personal taxes, the taxes that affect most people. So they have to find other ways of doing it, other ways of raising the revenue that they're going to need if they are going to succeed in, for example, reducing the waiting lists in the National Health Service, which is something that both parties have put high up in their priorities.
Well, as we wrap, Nick, Nigel Farage's return. Is it turbulence for the Tories? As per the latest numbers, Reform UK has overtaken the Conservatives in a YouGov poll for the first time.
The only significance of Reform is how much they damage the Conservative Party, because they're not going to take votes from anyone except the Conservative Party. It's very unlikely they take votes from anyone else. So the Conservative Party, already in a difficult condition, will have its number of seats reduced by the performance of Reform. Reform may not get many members of Parliament, a handful at the most, possibly not even that, but they will, in our first past the post system, take away votes from the Conservatives. And the Conservatives know this, so that's why yesterday they started talking, trying to worry their traditional voters and say, if you vote for Reform, that's a vote for the Labour Party, and you could put the Labour Party in power for 10 years. So they are reacting to this quite honestly, very real threat to the numbers of MPs elected for the Conservative Party by introducing an element of fear that it'll put Labour Party, the traditional socialists, I might say, into power for many years. But I don't see the Labour Party as being very socialist at all these days, because they want to grow the economy more than anything.
Well, it's always a pleasure to chat with you, Nick. Thanks so much for making time for us on the World 24/7. Also joining us on the World 24/7, former Conservative Minister Lord Joe Johnson of Marylebone. Mr. Johnson has been a prominent figure in government policy making, serving as head of Number 10's policy unit and as Minister of State. He is also the younger brother of the former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Thanks so much, Joe, for making time for us. New research from pollsters Public First contains the extraordinary finding that 46% of the public, including 24% of Conservative voters in 2019, they agree that Conservatives deserve to lose every seat they have at the election. What are the chances of Tories returning to power given a series of recent polling data?
No, the overwhelming likelihood is of a change of government, and that's not surprising after 14 years of Conservative or Conservative in coalition government. The country is quite clearly looking for a change. Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are doing a pretty good job at presenting an unthreatening picture of what a Labour Party would mean for the country.
Well, you know, for many in India and for Indian students studying in the UK, there are valid concerns regarding the retention of the graduate route visa scheme. I noticed that the Conservative Party manifesto has no explicit mention of it, but when I spoke to the Shadow Trade Secretary, he clearly said Labour has no plans to abolish it. Help us understand where things stand at the moment.
The Conservatives didn't indicate any intention that they would remove the graduate route were they to be returned to office after July the 4th. Clearly there's a low likelihood of that happening anyway, but it's good to see that they didn't indicate any intention to clamp down on international students from India or any others intending to use the graduate route, which, as you know, enables students to stay after they graduate for 2 years to work or look for work in the UK.
Well, thank you so much, Lord Joe Johnson, for joining us with that quick update exclusively on the World 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आप
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Well, preliminary investigations into the Kuwait fire incident in which 45 Indians were killed, they indicate glaring lapses. Around 24 gas cylinders on the ground floor of that 7-story building, inflammable materials like paper, cardboard and plastic as partitions to separate the workers in the cramped rooms, and locked doors to the rooftop that did not allow workers to escape to the rooftop. We have the finer details all lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. A special flight is expected to reach Kochi soon from Kuwait. The flight is carrying mortal remains. It's going to be reaching at around 10:30 a.m. 45 Indians were killed in this fire. MEA's Yediyurappa Singh is on that special repatriation flight that's bringing back the mortal remains of 45 Indians. Major trouble for Karnataka's BJP strongman. The High Court is expected to hear Mr. Yediyurappa's bail plea, a warrant against the ex-chief minister in a minor sex assault case. There's more trouble for ex-Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The Enforcement Directorate is going to probe the alleged sheep rearing scam, I beg your pardon. Agency will probe the money laundering angle. Prime Minister Modi is in Italy for the G7 summit. A packed schedule for our Prime Minister as he's expected to hold bilateral talks with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Meanwhile, NDTV reports from Bari in Italy. Rajnath Singh will visit Visakhapatnam. The Defence Minister is expected to review naval preparedness, and it's his first visit since taking charge. A heatwave alert persists for North India. North India sizzles under extreme heat, and the heat alert is expected to continue until next week. Well, a big focus, that special repatriation flight that has left Kuwait is expected to reach Kochi in about half an hour from now. The flight is carrying mortal remains of 45 Indians that were killed in the Kuwait building fire tragedy. In fact, we're being told Suresh Gopi is currently at the airport as well. A special Indian Air Force aircraft is expected to touch down from Kuwait that's carrying the bodies of 45 Indians who died in that massive fire in the Gulf country 2 days ago. The plane is expected to land around 10:30 a.m. Initially, we were expecting the plane to land at 11 a.m., but there has been a change in schedule. Now we're getting to know that the plane may touch down at 10:30 a.m. in Kochi and then subsequently leave for Delhi. Yediyurappa Singh, who had to rush to Kuwait soon after taking charge as the junior minister in the foreign ministry, he is also returning on the same aircraft. And that special IAF aircraft is expected to touch down in about 25 minutes from now.
See, we are expecting the bodies in another few minutes. So Honorable CM will also be reaching here. And all arrangements are made, all ambulances are ready. and police will be accompanying everybody, every ambulance, and district police chiefs are also included in this whole process. So everything is done and everything is ready.
31 bodies. What happened in Kuwait was a really tragic incident, and 23 Malayalis, one Karnataka person and 7 Tamils. Their bodies will be moved here, and the last respects will be paid by the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, the ministers of the Kerala cabinet, the local people representatives, and their bodies. We have arranged exclusive ambulances for each of them, along with a pilot vehicle by the police. Norca department has arranged the ambulances, so we will ensure the smooth transport of these bodies to their home places. We have already got their addresses verified. We have got their death certificates. We have got clear identifiers so that there is no last minute confusion. Ministers are already here to coordinate all the activities.
Sam Daniels tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, that special flight is expected to land in Kochi at around 10:30 a.m.
That's what defense officials tell us, Parameshwar. The flight carrying 45 mortal remains of Indian workers who were killed in that inferno, in that Kuwait tragedy, would be arriving here. Officials both from the Kerala government and the Tamil Nadu government are coordinating the movement of the mortal remains to respective families. In Kochi, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and other elected representatives would pay their respects. From Tamil Nadu, the minister in charge of non-resident Tamils, Jinji Mastan, is also heading to the airport to pay his respects and then to coordinate the movement of the mortal remains through ambulances across Tamil Nadu. And the mortal remains, which were in charred condition, authorities say have been now completely identified, and there will be no further delay after the flight arrives. In fact, the Union Minister for State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, is also coming on the same flight. He was deployed by the central government to oversee the repatriation from Kuwait. And in terms of the compensation, the Kerala government and Tamil Nadu government have announced 5 lakh rupees each for the families of those who lost their lives. In Kerala, some other agencies also are giving an additional 7 lakh rupees, so totally 12 lakhs for families there. And now the attention and concern is also towards those who are being treated with burn injuries in Kuwait. Besides the state, central government authorities, the local Tamil and Malayali associations also are reaching out to these communities to give them the best possible medical help. And the larger question, of course, is the plight of Indians, particularly in the Middle East region, in the Gulf region, living in such unsafe conditions. Remember, this particular fire, which began on the ground floor, soon spread to the upper floors with gas cylinders exploding. Many had to jump from the top floors, and many reports of lapses are being revealed now. So many say it's time the Indian government, although it may not be able to interfere much, but could actually coordinate, leveraging its good ties with the Middle East to make sure the employers provide safe living conditions, particularly in areas like this, so that we could avert this kind of tragedies to a large extent in the future.
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. We will, of course, touch base with you at 10:30 a.m. when that special flight lands in Kochi. The other big story we're tracking: there's trouble for ex-Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. Well, a Bengaluru court has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa after he failed to appear for questioning in a case under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. The former Chief Minister has now sought relief from the High Court. But Mr. Yediyurappa has been booked under the POCSO Act and IPC sections relating to sexual harassment after a woman alleged that the senior BJP leader sexually assaulted her 17-year-old daughter during a meeting at his residence in February. A police case was registered on the 14th of March and the probe was then transferred to the CID. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Radhika, now reports claim that Mr. Yediyurappa is untraceable after the Bengaluru court issued the arrest warrant in this sex abuse case. Could you clarify?
That's right. Yediyurappa is not in Karnataka. At least he's not in Bengaluru. He's not in his residence. That's what we are being given to understand. He could be in Delhi or somewhere else. Yes, at the moment he's nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he's waiting for the court order today. Remember, he had applied for anticipatory bail before the Karnataka High Court. That will be heard at 2:30 p.m. So he will wait until the court passes some sort of order. Whether he will be given any sort of relief from the court, that remains to be seen. But at this point, of course, trouble mounting for B.S. Yediyurappa. Special court issuing non-bailable warrant against him. This after the SPP, Special Public Prosecutor, before the court said that he's not been cooperating with the investigation. Yediyurappa did not appear before the CID despite issuing notices. So on the basis of which an NBW has been issued, now at this point there are two petitions that has been filed before the Karnataka High Court. One is the anticipatory bail application and another in which Yediyurappa has sought quashing of the FIR. Of course, this is a serious allegation against the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, in which the allegation is that he sexually assaulted a 17-year-old girl. The complainant was the mother. The mother, of course, passed away some time back, post which, of course, the victim's brother has taken up the case. Remains to be seen what kind of orders will be issued by the court. Yesterday, of course, Special Public Prosecutor before the Special Court also maintaining that Yediyurappa had been trying to influence the outcome of the case by trying to bribe the family of the victim and trying to destroy the evidence, which is why his custody, or rather his interrogation, is imperative in the case.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest lowdown. With that, let's turn our attention now to Maharashtra. Well, despite putting up an impressive performance in the Lok Sabha elections, the National Congress Party, Sharad Chandra Pawar's, now seems to be bracing for checking factionalism and infighting within the party in the run-up to the high-stakes state assembly elections that are due for October this year. But Sharad Pawar's grandson has made a huge explosive claim. Rohit Pawar says the Mahayuti will not exist after 20 days. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Fadnavis has said Mahayuti will bounce back. But let's go across to my colleague Paras, who's got the latest lowdown for us. Paras, it seems that after the budget session of the Assembly, Rohit Pawar has said the Mahayuti alliance will disintegrate. What is the current situation? What is Rohit Pawar saying, and is Sharad Pawar denying anything yet?
Right. So in Maharashtra, the situation is getting worse and worse day by day because the political scenario will change every minute in Maharashtra. We had seen it from last few years, be it a late night Shapath Vidhi of Ajit Pawar with Devendra Fadnavis, be it the two deputy CM of Maharashtra a few years ago. So this has been a very unpredictable Maharashtra politics which has came into light from last few years. And now if we see there are still an uncertainty about Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi, we can see the situation which has occurred in both the big groups, Mahayuti be it the Mahavikas Aghadi. But now what the grandson of Sharad Pawar, Rohit Pawar, is claiming is that Mahayuti will be not in existence in next 15 to 20 days. We has also got some of the things which are going around in Maharashtra politics is that the Mahayuti, inside the Mahayuti, there is something wrong. There are many things which are happening every day, and in which there is so many things which are happening inside the Mahayuti. So the Rohit Pawar, the son and grandson of Sharad Pawar, has claimed that in next 15-20 days Mahayuti will be not into existence, in which he has also claimed that only 20 seats will be offered to NCP Ajit Pawar group in this entire Mahayuti, and there are many dissatisfactions which is happening around NCP Ajit Pawar group, Mahayuti's Bharatiya Janata Party and the Shiv Sena Shinde group. So it is very unpredictable right now in Maharashtra what will happen next, because there is only 4 months remaining for Vidhan Sabha election, and in with that Devendra Fadnavis also addressing the local Karyakarta yesterday said that we will bounce back and we are down but we are not out. So there are many things which is happening in Maharashtra politics. It will be very interesting to see what will happen next in this entire scenario.
Indeed, as always, Paras, thanks so much for breaking down the details for us. The Mahayuti and the MVA claim each other's disintegration. As Paras is covering, Sharad Pawar says the government will change in 6 months, but his grandson says the Mahayuti will not exist after 20 days. With that, let's get you a recap of the top story we're tracking at the moment. The special flight from Kuwait that's expected to land in Kochi at 10:30 a.m. That flight is carrying the mortal remains of 45 Indians that were killed in the tragic building fire in Kuwait. In fact, 24 workers are from Kerala and 7 from Tamil Nadu. We're told that the Minister of State, Suresh Gopi, he is at the Kochi airport at the moment. In fact, he spoke to the media. Listen in to what Mr. Gopi had to say.
The tragedy is so voluminous and it's impactful. It's a real thud on because we consider the Pravasi community which helped the economic situation, especially in Kerala. If you check the history since 70, Kerala has voluminously grown on the money which was transacted through Pravasi efforts, sweating. So the state and the country has high regards, very high regards for the Pravasi community, and such a tragedy is so painful. The individual losses of every home that is implicated by this sorrowful incident. Definitely investigation is going on. There will be fruitful results to the creation of maybe a fair report, and on the basis of that report, the country which holds the prerogative will definitely take steps forward, and definitely as the mother country, India also will play its role very well, because we have initiated the graciousness of the government. We have initiated it right from the moment this news was on. So the government of India will definitely take appropriate actions, decisions, and make very appropriate deliverances. That is a different thing. It relates to the diplomatic conditions, laws, stipulations, all that. Don't make it a controversy. It's not at all a controversy. People who are really at the helm of affairs when it comes to diplomatic transactions or connects, they are into it. Don't be worried. They are also capable. No, there are no demands. The demand is their life. The promise in their life, which has turned into ashes.
In other news, the Enforcement Directorate has sought details into the 700 rupee crore sheep development rearing scheme implemented by the Telangana State Sheep and Goat Development Cooperative Federation Limited during the BRS rule. This will be an investigation that's going to take place under the PMLA, and they have sought district-wise details of number of sheep given away under the scheme, who it was bought from, who it was given to, how it was transported, details of feed procured and from where, what are the bank account details. These are all the details that are involved. Uma Sudhir has the latest for us.
So at a time when there is the phone tapping case in which fingers are being pointed at the political leadership of the BRS, there is of course the power purchase agreement in which the probe into it by the Justice Narasimha Reddy committee, in which KCR has been issued notice, and there is also the Kaleshwaram irrigation project in which the PC Ghosh committee is expected to perhaps call in the former irrigation minister Mr. Harish Rao, and possibly even KCR, who was the irrigation minister in the second term. At this time comes this Enforcement Directorate probe into the sheep rearing scam. It was a 700 crore kind of a scheme in which sheep were given to the sheep rearing community, and what the Enforcement Directorate has done is to ask them to give district-wide data about the number of sheep that have been distributed, who has got them, who are the beneficiaries, what is their address, bank account number, etc., and the amount that they are supposed to give as their own contribution, which is the bank account into which the contribution of the beneficiaries has come. All those details they have sought. Not just that, they have also sought the details of the vehicles in which the sheep were apparently transported, and also the feed, where it was got from, what kind of tenders were called, and what kind of companies were involved, who were the ones who were supplying the feed for all these sheep. What is interesting is that the Anti-Corruption Bureau is already probing this. 10 people were in fact named as accused, 8 of them were arrested, and all those 8 people in fact belong to official DUM, and yes, on Monday 3 of them, including the OSD of the former Animal Husbandry Minister Srinivas Yadav, he as well as the person who is heading the Telangana Livestock Development Corporation, they were called in for questioning, and for 3 days the questioning had happened, and subsequently this PMLA case, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under which the Enforcement Directorate is looking into this entire scam.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Welcome back. Our big focus, the NEET is under the Supreme Court scanner. The committee formed by the National Testing Agency has told the Supreme Court that 1,563 students who were given grace marks will be given the option to take a retest on the 23rd of June. This decision was announced by the NTA following the Supreme Court's observations, and the significant disparity in marks scored in the Class 12 and NEET undergraduate exam is raising serious questions over the authenticity of the students' marks in the medical entrance exam. My colleague Vedant has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Vedant, this row over the NEET exam doesn't seem to end, but the Education Minister has responded to the opposition's remarks.
That's right, Parmeshwar. In fact, I come to you from right outside the NTA office, the NTA headquarters here in the national capital. We will try and get in a word from the NTA director in just a short while from now as well. And as you rightly pointed out, this entire controversy has been playing out in the Supreme Court as well, with the committee formed by the National Testing Agency saying that the grace marks, as you rightly pointed out, awarded to over 1,500 students, those will be cancelled, and a retest, a re-examination for them, that option is being given to those candidates. That is likely to be held in the end of this month, and the results will be out by the 30th of June of that particular retest, is what NTA is saying. So basically the bid of the NTA and the government, including the Ministry of Education, is to not further delay the counselling process, which will begin at on the 6th of July. So that is what the NTA's bid is, and in fact the Supreme Court said that these these submissions by the National Testing Agency are fair and reasonable, though of course a lot of students, a lot of candidates continue to say that the entire integrity of the process of the NEET examination was compromised, which is why the NEET examination that was held in the month of May, that should be cancelled altogether. A re-examination should be held, and the counselling process should also be cancelled. This is what some of the candidates have been asking for. Though, of course, the NTA says that that is something that is perhaps an unreasonable proposition, and that they will go on, as far as the entire counselling process is concerned. In fact, what NTA sources also say is that this time around the question paper was relatively easier, which is why you have as many as 67 students coming out on top. So this is what the NTA's stand seems to be right now. Today, of course, you have a couple of petitions in the Supreme Court, including a petition asking for the cancellation of the NEET examination and re-examination for all students. Because remember, right now what the National Testing Agency says is that re-examination option will be given to those students to whom the grace marks were awarded. So the NTA, in a sense, conceding to the fact that the grace marks and that entire process was something that was incorrect. Grace marks shouldn't have been given as compensation for the time lost for various candidates. So that is something that the NTA has conceded to. However, it continues to maintain that the entire process was not compromised, and that the paper leak, etc., it will come clean on that as well. Remember, in fact, there's a petition in the Supreme Court today, Parmeshwar, that asks for a CBI investigation into the alleged paper leak that happened as far as the NEET examination is concerned. The NTA from the very beginning has been saying that there was no paper leak that was reported, and there was mixing up of question papers and time loss. These were the two issues for which the NTA is now holding re-examination. However, there's a lot of outrage, anger. In fact, here outside the NTA headquarters, we saw massive protests just 2 days back. Today as well, some protests have been planned here as well as outside the Ministry of Education in the national capital.
As always, Vedant, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. The students will be given the option of appearing for the fresh exam to be held on the 23rd of June, as I mentioned, or retain their actual scores without the grace marks, as Vedant has detailed as well. Sunil is also with us to take us through what's expected in the Supreme Court today. Sunil, the National Testing Agency has now transferred the petition in the Supreme Court. Take us through what's expected in the top court.
Well, they have put a plea for clubbing of all cases because basically, this is going to be the third or fourth time the Supreme Court is hearing this matter, and there have been various petitions. But I think the NTA has been facing a number of queries because there are so many students who are aggrieved and have gone to various high courts. They want it to be heard at the Supreme Court level, and that's the reason why they've asked for the clubbing. We'll have to wait and see what the Supreme Court does. On those other pleas that have already come, the Supreme Court has made it clear that they will hear this entire matter on the 8th of July. Yesterday, of course, after the NTA made that U-turn and only allowing 1,563 students to have a retest, they will now have to conduct that test by the 23rd, and then the 30th, they will get the results. So definitely a lot needs to be done. There has been a big scanner and, credibility issue and the trauma for the students in the regard of doing these professional exams. It's going to be terrible times for them as well as the parents as they do that retest for the 1,563. But what about the others who have alleged that there has been, not adhering to the guidelines and they haven't had the privilege of going to the Supreme Court? Do they get relief? These are the questions that, the larger questions which will have to be answered someday or the other.
As always, thanks so much for taking us through the plan of action. With that, let's turn our attention now to all the latest action in Italy. Well, the G7 has agreed to use frozen Russian assets to raise $50 billion for Ukraine to help it fight invading Russian forces. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi is in Italy to attend this summit. This summit is actually likely to be dominated by the agenda of Ukraine and talks as far as the Gaza ceasefire are concerned. But during his day-long visit, our Prime Minister will be participating in a session that's titled Artificial Intelligence, Energy, Africa, Mediterranean. That's going to actually be hosted by the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and joined by Pope Francis as well. India, which has been invited to the G7 summit as an outreach country, has defence and maritime cooperation on the agenda too. We're told Mr. Modi will meet Joe Biden as well. Vishnu Shom has the latest from Ground Zero. He reports from Bari in Italy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in the Apulia region of southern Italy. His first international visit since NDA3 came to power. He is a special invitee at the G7 meeting, a gathering of the most powerful leaders in the planet. It's going to be a brief visit. Mr. Modi is here for just one day, an aspect reflected perhaps in the size of his interaction with the diaspora here. Unlike massive events in stadiums, there was a 5-minute meet and greet. I'm in Bari, a full 50 kilometers away from Borgo Egnazia. That is where the all-important summit of the G7 is taking place. The reason we've been unable to go over there is because that entire area is off limits for the media. It's been turned into an absolute fortress. But behind that fortress are important conversations which are taking place, not least of all, on the future of Ukraine. The US President Joe Biden landing in Italy. His key agenda ahead of a World Peace Summit on Ukraine being held in Switzerland is clear. Arrive at an agreement that sends Russia a strong signal. A $50 billion package to Kiev, financed through seized Russian assets.
We want to demonstrate that the U.S. supports the people of Ukraine, that we stand with them, and that we'll continue to help address their security needs. The agreement will show our resolve and continued commitment.
It's unclear at this stage if Prime Minister Modi will be drawn into the conversation on Ukraine, and it remains unlikely that he'll attend the Ukraine Peace Summit, though India will be well represented. Here in Italy, though, India does have a key role to play as a leader of the global south. India has been invited to the G7 repeatedly. It's the 11th time India is participating in the meet, whose key players represent close to 45% of the global GDP and more than 10% of the world's population. Significantly, China is not a member, and Russia was ejected in 2014 following their invasion of Crimea in Ukraine. While the initial agenda of the G7 was on economic issues, talks between the most powerful economies in the world, the overall agenda has changed over a period of time, and that's because the state of the world's economy has changed. For example, India is now the world's 5th largest economy. We are in fact larger as an economy than the host nation Italy, France and also Canada. And India is seen to be an important voice of the global south, which is why India's participation, representation over here is seen to be crucial. Besides key bilateral meetings, including the possibility of one with his Canadian counterpart Justin Trudeau at a time of great tension between India and Canada over Khalistani separatism, Mr. Modi will be focusing on the Indo-Pacific region, Africa, climate change, migration and artificial intelligence. He will of course also look at the relationship with Italy, a key partner nation with whom New Delhi has had excellent relations. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was in India for the G20 summit in October 2021 and was in India on a state visit in March last year. Both countries are developing their strategic partnership. There are 2 lakh people of Indian origin in Italy, the second highest in the EU after the Netherlands. Italy is a member of the India-led International Solar Alliance. Trade in 2022-2023 was $15 billion. Italy is India's 4th largest partner in the European Union. India has an investment of $400 million in Italy in pharma, IT, electronics manufacturing and engineering.
The G7 is an important platform because it has as members the most important and industrialized countries in the world and some of our key global partners. And for the Prime Minister, it's an occasion to reiterate the importance we attach to multilateralism. It's a platform on which he will espouse his vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and also follow up on some of the outcomes of the G20 summit that he had chaired last year. And obviously, we are also voicing the aspirations and expectations of the Global South on this platform.
There's also a profound historic association in the relationship that's often forgotten. Close to 50,000 Indian soldiers fought for the liberation of Italy during the Second World War. They fought in some of the most important battles here, in Florence, Bologna and Monte Cassino. In parts of Italy, Indian soldiers are still remembered and honoured. The Prime Minister's visit to Italy at this time, within days of being sworn in for a record third time as Prime Minister, sets the stage for his foreign policy agenda. India, as we've been repeatedly saying, is an important voice of the Global South. We've had an outstanding G20 as well. Over here, there is an impetus being added to the India story, important conversations. Remember, India is also essentially non-aligned. That word is no longer as fashionable perhaps as it once was, but India is not associated with any one power bloc, which in a sense adds to the respect that India earns around the world as an even player, an equal player, which deals with the major powers in an equal way. With camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom in Bari for NDTV.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this
Welcome back. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat attended a Karyakarta camp in Gorakhpur. Gorakhpur, as you know, is the home turf of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, Mr. Bhagwat actually reached Gorakhpur on Wednesday and he was expected to stay there for 5 days. And during his stay, the big question is, will the RSS chief meet Yogi Adityanath? Well, PTI so far says that they are likely to meet. However, we are yet to hear regarding confirmation whether Mohan Bhagwat will indeed have a meeting with Yogi Adityanath.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is currently in Gorakhpur, which is the home turf of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, RSS Chief is on a 5-day visit and he is to address a Karyakarta camp that has been happening since June 4 over there, in which more than 2,800 Karyakartas are participating in Gorakhpur. Now, while it is important to mention that there has been no clarity at all that whether or not Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be meeting RSS Chief or not. As of now, there is no scheduled program of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
Meanwhile, speculation over Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's electoral debut had reached a crescendo ahead of the Lok Sabha polls, only to be completely deflated when she decided against contesting. But now, sources are saying that the Congress leader may be the Congress candidate for the bypoll from the Wayanad Lok Sabha constituency if her brother Rahul Gandhi vacates the seat. Tanishq Punjabi has the insider details.
Well, if a candidate is elected from 2 Lok Sabha constituencies, then he or she has to resign within 15 days of getting elected from one of the Lok Sabha seats. Now, Rahul Gandhi has been elected a member of parliament both from Wayanad and Raebareli. So of course there is a lot of speculations from where Rahul Gandhi will be, from which seat will Rahul Gandhi be leaving. Will it be Wayanad, will it be Raebareli, and if at all who will be taking part in the by-election, who will be fighting in the by-election of that particular seat. Now talking about there are of course a lot of speculations that Rahul Gandhi is likely to leave Wayanad because of course Congress is finally seeing its rise in Uttar Pradesh after a very long time. In 2019 it was just down to its last 1 seat. Now it has risen to 6 seats in Uttar Pradesh. So for that revival to continue and to increase the footprint in the state, the Rahul Gandhi needs to stay a member of parliament from Raebareli, and also that the 2027 UP assembly polls are coming. At the same point of time, there are speculations that Priyanka Gandhi could also contest from Wayanad seat, and if she does that, she will be making her poll debut. Remember, Priyanka Gandhi had been the face of Congress campaigning, especially in Uttar Pradesh. She campaigned heavily in Amethi and Raebareli, where of course the party won by a very good margin over there. So of course speculations continue whether or not Rahul Gandhi from which seat will Rahul Gandhi be resigning, and whether or not Priyanka Gandhi will be making her poll debut.
Well, our big focus, a special Indian aircraft that has taken off from Kuwait carrying the bodies of 45 Indians who died in that massive fire in Kuwait. That's expected to land any moment now. We are being told that the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, has indeed reached the airport, as you can see. We are likely to hear from the officials at the airport any moment now. But that plane, initially we were told it was supposed to land at the Kochi airport at 11 a.m. However, that plane is now expected to land any moment now. After it lands in Kochi, it will then leave for Delhi. Gonda MP Kirtivardhan Singh, he's actually on that plane as well. He was rushed to Kuwait soon after taking charge as a junior minister in the foreign ministry. He's returning on that same aircraft that's expected to touch down in Kochi anytime now. I must inform you that a Kuwaiti citizen and several foreigners were arrested for charges related to causing death and injuries due to negligence in security as well as safety measures. We are waiting for the special IAF aircraft. Meanwhile, the Chief Minister is speaking. Listen in to what Mr. Vijayan has to say.
ദുരന്തമാണ് കുവൈത്തിലുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്. 50 പേര് മൊത്തം അവിടെ മരണപ്പെട്ടു എന്നാണ് ഇതിനകം വന്നിട്ടുള്ള വിവരം. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ജീവനാഡിയായാണ് പ്രവാസികളെ നാം കാണുന്നത്. പ്രവാസ ജീവിതത്തിനിടയ്ക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ദുരന്തമാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം കുവൈറ്റിൽ സംഭവിച്ചത്. അവിടെ
Well, the Chief Minister says this is an extremely tragic incident that's happened in Kuwait, confirming that the flight has landed with the mortal remains of the 45 Indians.
എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ 23 പേര് കേരളീയരും 7 പേര് തമിഴ്നാട്ടുകാരും ഒരാൾ കർണാടകക്കാരനുമാണ്.
Well, the Chief Minister confirms that 23 people from Kerala and 7 people from Tamil Nadu, they have lost their lives in this tragic incident that unfolded in Kuwait 2 days ago.
പ്രവാസ ജീവിതത്തിനിടയ്ക്ക് വലിയ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടെ കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും തീരാത്ത രീതിയിലുള്ള നഷ്ടമാണ് സംഭവിച്ചത്.
Mr. Vayanad says he acknowledges that this is a huge colossal loss for the family members who are here.
ഫലപ്രദമായും ശക്തമായതുമായ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ തുടർ നടപടികൾ കുറ്റമറ്റ രീതിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നാണ് നാം എല്ലാവരും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത്തരമൊരു ദുരന്ത വിവരം അറിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും ശരിയായ രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ ഇടപെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു വിദേശകാര്യ സഹമന്ത്രി അവിടെ പോവുകയും
The Chief Minister confirms that as soon as they were notified about this tragic incident in Kuwait, the Indian government had spearheaded the entire action and acted immediately.
ഈ വിമാനത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഇനി ഇതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു ദുരന്തവും സംഭവിക്കാതിരിക്കത്തക്ക ജാഗ്രതയോടെയുള്ള നടപടികൾ ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. സ്വീകരിച്ച നടപടികൾ ഫലപ്രദമാണ്.
Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan says he pleads to the Kuwaiti government and authorities there that such tragic incidents should not occur in the future. No negligence should be left. All health and safety measures should be checked.
ഈ കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്ക് മതിയായ നഷ്ടപരിഹാരം നൽകാൻ കുവൈറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് തന്നെ നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുകയാണ്. അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും കുവൈത്തുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ വേഗത കൂട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാരണം ജീവസന്ധാരണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി പോയവരാണ് ഈ രീതിയിൽ ദുരന്തത്തിനിരയായിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ കുടുംബത്തെ എത്ര കണ്ട് സഹായിച്ചാലും മതിവരില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഫലപ്രദമായ ഇടപെടൽ കുവൈത്തുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് തുടർന്നും ഉണ്ടാകണമെന്നാണ് പറയാനുള്ളത്. സംസ്ഥാനത്തുണ്ടായ ഈ വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ അഗാധമായ ദുഃഖവും അനുശോചനവും നമ്മുടെ നാടാകെ രേഖപ്പെടുന്ന ഘട്ടമാണിത്. ഞെട്ടലോടെയാണ് നാടാകെ ഈ വാർത്ത കേട്ടത്. ഇന്നലെ പ്രത്യേക മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗം ചേർന്ന് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പരിശോധിക്കുകയും തുടർ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. അതിലൊരു കാര്യത്തിൽ എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ ശരിയല്ലാത്തൊരു സമീപനം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു വിവാദത്തിൻ്റെ സമയം അല്ല, അതിലേക്ക് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ പോകുന്നില്ല. ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു മന്ത്രിയെ അവിടെ അയക്കാൻ നിശ്ചയിച്ചിരുന്നു. വീണ ജോർജ് ഇവിടെ വരെ വന്നതാണ്. പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ക്ലിയറൻസ് കിട്ടാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. അത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഗൗരവമായ പ്രശ്നമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഉന്നയിക്കുകയല്ല, അത് നമുക്ക് പിന്നീട് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യും. ഇപ്പോൾ നാം എല്ലാവരും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടത് ഈ കാര്യത്തിലാണ്. ഏകോപിതമായ ശ്രമങ്ങളാണ് വേണ്ടത്. കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും എല്ലാം ഏകോപിതമായ മനസ്സോടെ തന്നെ ഈ കുടുംബങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇടപെടുകയാണ് വേണ്ടത്. അതിന് കുവൈത്തുമായുള്ള നിരന്തര ബന്ധം കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ തമിഴ്നാട് മന്ത്രിയാണ് ഇദ്ദേഹം.
The Indian government and the state government to work in tandem, to work together to ensure that the families are taken care of, to safeguard the families and to ensure that the mortal remains are taken to their respective families. Right, the last respects will be paid by Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, ministers of the state. What we can share with you is that the repatriation flight has indeed landed in Kochi. That is carrying 45 Indians that were killed in the unfortunate, tragic fire in Kuwait. What you're seeing on your screens are live visuals of the repatriation aircraft that has landed in Kochi. That aircraft you see on your screens is carrying the mortal remains of 45 Indians that were tragically killed in an enraging blaze in Kuwait. Among the Indians on that repatriation flight that you see, there are 23 people from Kerala, 7 were from Tamil Nadu, 2 each from Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and 1 from Bihar, 1 from Madhya Pradesh, 1 from Karnataka, 1 from West Bengal, and 1 from Uttar Pradesh. In fact, I must share with you, the majority of the victims worked for NDTV. That's a company in Kuwait which is the largest construction firm in the country. The building which caught fire also belonged to NDTV. The death of these 45 Indian workers in this fire is a reminder of the dismal working conditions of a large and often ignored section of the Indian diaspora, something that the opposition has also highlighted. But the Kuwait government has ordered an investigation and assured that the guilty will be held to account. I must share with you that the country's Deputy Prime Minister has asked the Kuwait municipality and the Public Authority of Manpower to address similar violations that may be happening elsewhere, where a large number of workers are crowded into residential buildings. As you can see, the IAF aircraft has landed in Kochi. After this, it will indeed head to New Delhi. My colleague Sam Daniel has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, the last respects will be paid by the Kerala Chief Minister, ministers of the state, and we're told exclusive ambulances have been arranged for each of the bodies.
That's right, Parameshwar, a pall of gloom across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The flight carrying the mortal remains of 45 Indians who were charred to death in that terrible Kuwait fire tragedy has just landed in Kochi. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, elected representatives and a minister from Tamil Nadu would pay the respects first. And then both governments, the Kerala government and the Tamil Nadu government, have arranged ambulances to take the mortal remains to families both in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The charred bodies have been identified, so there will be no delay in terms of any other medical or scientific procedure. And we understand 23 workers are from Kerala, the ones who have been burnt in that terrible fire tragedy. 7 are from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka. And the mortal remains of others would be flown to Delhi. The Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Pradhan Singh, who actually had flown to Kuwait to oversee the repatriation, also on board in this particular flight. And Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in a message has said, now both the centre and state should work together in tandem to help the bereaved families. The Kerala government has announced a relief of 5 lakh rupees to each of these families, and other agencies have also come forward to join the government in providing another assistance of 7 lakh rupees. So totally families of each of these persons who died would get 12 lakh rupees. In Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has announced a relief of 5 lakh rupees to each of these families. And now the attention is also turning towards the other injured people who are still treated in Kuwait. Besides working with the local government authorities, both Tamil and Malayali associations also are reaching out in terms of extending medical help and other assistance to people who are being treated there. It was a very terrible tragedy. The workers were caught off guard, where
Right. In fact, Sam, preliminary investigations into this fire incident, they indicate glaring lapses from 24 gas cylinders on the ground floor of that 7-story building to inflammable materials like paper that were actually used as partitions to separate the workers in the cramped rooms. We're also hearing of locked doors to the rooftop that didn't allow workers to escape to the rooftop. What are you hearing? What have you picked up on?
Several glaring violations in terms of safety. That's what we're hearing from local investigation and local media reports, Parameshwar, that although the fire began on the ground floor, the stock of gas cylinders made it worse as they exploded, and we understand the access to the terrace was also locked, and there were several other barriers which made it difficult for people who were asleep at that time to get a sense of what's happening and then to find a way for safety, forcing many to actually jump from higher floors, and some actually suffered severe injuries in that as well. Although India in that sense could not do much in a foreign country, but many believe India being an emerging supplier of human resource globally, it's time India actually leverages its ties with the Middle East countries and make sure that people who employ migrants from India would comply with safety norms so that to a large extent tragedies like this can be averted. And this tragedy is yet another reminder of the unsafe conditions in which people from India live in foreign countries, particularly in the Middle East.
Well, as always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. As my colleague Sam Daniel is reporting, among the Indians on that repatriation flight, 23 were from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 2 each from Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and 1 each from Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, West Bengal, and Uttar Pradesh. In fact, Sam, a majority of the victims worked for NBTC, which happens to be the largest construction firm in the country. Right, I'm told we have lost that connection with my colleague Sam Daniel. As we reconnect with him, I'd like to mention the building which caught fire belonged to NBTC, which is a company in Kuwait. It's the largest construction firm in the country. Also, Kerala Health Minister Veena George has claimed that the central government denied her permission to go to Kuwait in order to assist and coordinate as far as these relief efforts are concerned. Most of the deceased are from India, and among them, most are from Kerala, as Sam has been reporting as well. In Kuwait, though, Indian carpenters, masons, electricians, construction site laborers, factory and domestic workers, as well as food delivery agents, they actually make up nearly a fifth of the country's workforce. So it's a no-brainer that their welfare should be priority. In fact, I must share with you, the Kuwait government has ordered an investigation and assured that the guilty will be held to account. Their country's deputy prime minister has asked the Kuwait municipality and the Public Authority of Manpower to address similar violations that may be taking place elsewhere where a large number of workers are crowded into residential buildings. The death of these 45 Indian workers in this tragic fire is indeed a reminder of the dismal working conditions of a large and often ignored section of the Indian diaspora. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. For now, we're stepping into a very short break.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप। और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड। क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था। बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर।
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA-3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The flight carrying the mortal remains of the 45 Indians has been brought back to India. The flight has landed in Kochi at the airport in Kochi. Suresh Gopi is there at the airport, as is the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan of Kerala. Do remember that 23 Indians of the 45 who've lost their lives in Kuwait are from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 1 from Karnataka, so mostly from the south states. This is the mortal remains. The flight has first landed in Kochi. The flight will then take off for Delhi and land in Delhi at about 4 o'clock this evening. And RSS chief is in the stronghold of Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He is in Gorakhpur. The buzz is regarding whether Mohan Bhagwat, the chief of RSS, will be meeting up with the Chief Minister of the state or not. And the focus is on BJP's poor show as far as the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections are concerned. And trouble as far as Karnataka's BJP strongman is concerned. We're talking about Yediyurappa, whose bail plea is coming up this afternoon in court. The warrant is against him that has been issued against the ex-chief minister in the POCSO case. This is in allegations regarding a minor sexual assault case at the residence of Yediyurappa. And more trouble as far as ex-Telangana Chief Minister KCR is concerned. Now the Enforcement Directorate to probe the alleged sheep rearing scam. The agency to probe money laundering angle as far as that scheme was concerned. And Prime Minister Modi is in Italy for the G7 summit. He has a packed schedule. He will be holding bilateral meetings with the Italian Prime Minister Meloni. He'll also be meeting Emmanuel Macron. He's going to be meeting with also Rishi Sunak. Will he be meeting Joe Biden, the President of the United States, is the big question. Heatwave continues in the northern part of the country with the temperature crossing the 45-degree mark in most places, and the heatwave days have been more intense and more repetitive. We're talking about the frequency and the intensity has increased this time around to almost double from what's seen previously. Watching NDTV World 24/7. I'm Priyanka Vadra. Special focus is on that special flight. This is the Air Force aircraft that's landed in Kerala, carrying the bodies of 45 Indians who died in that massive fire that took place in Kuwait 2 days ago. Well, the flight, the Indian Air Force flight, has landed at about 10:30 this morning at the Kochi airport. On board that flight, the mortal remains of the 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire that took place in Kuwait 2 days ago. Also, the MP of Gonda, Kirti Vardhan Singh, also was on board that flight at the airport. Suresh Gopi was there, as well as Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala. Do remember 45 Indians lost their lives in the fire that took place on the ground floor of a 6-story building in Kuwait, which had almost close to 200 people, 195 people living in a building which is 6 stories high. Many of them tried to jump out of the window in order to save themselves and protect themselves from smoke inhalation, as many died in their sleep due to smoke inhalation. Those who tried to jump out of the window also lost their lives. There are still a few who are being treated at various hospitals. Out of the 49 people who died, 45 were Indians, the rest were Filipinos. We have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through the protocol and the, what is happening at the airport. How much longer before the loved ones can get the families of the victims, get the mortal remains of their loved ones back back to their homes before they can carry out the final rites?
Divya, once the flight lands and the technical formalities are completed, then Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan would lead the team of elected representatives and officials to pay their last respects to all the mortal remains of Indians brought here after they were killed in that terrible fire in Kuwait. Both the Kerala as well as the Tamil Nadu governments have kept ambulances ready so that these coffins could be taken straight away to the families in both these states. 23 of them from Kerala, 1 from Karnataka and 7 from Tamil Nadu. Minister Jinji Mastan, the minister who's in charge of the non-resident Tamils, has also reached Cochin, and he would coordinate movement of the mortal remains to the respective families in Tamil Nadu. And there's a pile of gloom in several pockets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu after this terrible Kuwait fire. And authorities say the identification, although it was difficult because of the charred nature of the mortal remains, now that has been completed and there will not be any delay on that count after the flight lands in Cochin. And the Kerala government has announced a relief of 5 lakh rupees, and other non-governmental agencies in Kerala and overseas are also contributing 7 lakh rupees to each of these families. In Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has announced a 5 lakh relief, and in a message, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has said it's time the centre and state governments work together in tandem to help the bereaved families at this moment of grief. And there are heart-rending stories both from Kerala and Karnataka. In the case of Kerala, from Punalur, Sajeev George, an MTech, had gone only last month to Kuwait and he died in this terrible accident. Lucas, again from the same district, has been in Kuwait for 18 years. He leaves behind 2 children and his wife. And Samir, again from Kerala, who got married only 9 months ago, was scheduled to join his wife very soon, and he was killed in that. Many questions of lapses in terms of security in that particular building owned by NBTC, a group into construction there, and most of these workers who were killed were working for this particular company. The fire began allegedly due to a kind of a gas leak on the ground floor. Then the fire soon spread to the other floors, and the workers who were fast asleep were caught off guard. There were many violations in terms of the access to the terrace was locked. Many had to jump from higher floors to save themselves, and many questions are being raised about violations. And this again underscores the unsafe conditions Indians live in other countries, particularly in the Middle East, in countries like Kuwait and others in the region. And many say it's time now the Indian government works together with friendly nations in the Middle East to make sure the employers and the agencies who recruit them would to ensure they would comply with safety norms, so that to a large extent tragedies like this in overcrowded accommodations like this could be averted.
Right, Sam, when you talk about the victims, which includes 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, 1 each from Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka and Maharashtra, along with West Bengal, Jharkhand and Haryana. Now, when we talk about, these majority of the victims, in fact, were working for this one particular construction company. We're talking about NBTC, the group which also owns that building. They were working for that construction company. It is one of the largest construction groups as far as Kuwait is concerned. But now, from what we are hearing, is that 3 people have been taken in for questioning.
That's what we understand from local media reports and from authorities from Kerala who are camping in Kuwait following this tragedy. We don't know the technical details, but indications are, Divya, that there were many violations in terms of safety. They had their access to the terrace locked. They had overcrowded in terms of number of people in this particular complex, 195 in cramped conditions, they say. And as we speak, they are being interrogated. We'll have to wait and see how the investigation would proceed. But the group itself has a strong Kerala connect, many say, the NBTC group into construction. And one of the owners, in that sense, has a strong connection with Kerala. He's from Kerala, and we'll have to wait and see what kind of action would be taken and whether this would lead to some kind of streamlining in terms of safety measures in places that accommodate migrant workers from India in particular.
Right, so from what we're hearing is Kuwaiti authorities are saying that 3 people have been detained for suspected manslaughter over that incident that's resulted in the death of 45 Indians. The rest were Filipinos who died in that tragedy. Take us through, Sam, when we talk about that, the bodies are going to be taken to their native towns. We're talking about the victims. This was a building which was very cramped. More than 179 workers lived inside that particular building when the fire broke out. There were apparently 17 of them who were outside. Of the 196 residents, 175 were Indians. The rest from Thailand, Pakistan, Egypt and Filipinos. Highlight, just the kind of situation as far as the kind of conditions in which they worked and the kind of conditions in which they lived. Are there any labor laws in order to protect them from living under such conditions?
There are strict labor laws, of course, but how much do the agencies that recruit them and how much the employers who hire them ultimately comply with? There is also a question of workers themselves going for cheaper accommodation so that they will be able to save money, they'll be able to send back home a bulk of their incomes there. So this is a complicated issue, not just the employers or the agencies that recruit manpower to be blamed, but sometimes even workers themselves take such risks willingly, especially when they go from economically underprivileged family backgrounds from India, and they choose to live in such conditions, even if it means illegal, even if it means violations. They do it because that will help them to save some money, send them back home. But investigations like this would really, one would hope, would unearth the violations and would set in place at least some monitoring mechanisms to make sure these things, these violations are checked, and the workers who come from other countries in such places would be able to live in a safe condition now. But to begin with, yes, the administration has taken into custody 3 people, and one would hope that there would be a fair investigation and they would really go to the bottom of this to book as many people who were found guilty of these violations.
Right, the initial reports that are suggesting, the kind of violation as far as the security and the safety of these workers are concerned. Take us also through, from what we're reading is, of course, there's compensation that has been offered by the Prime Minister, compensation, as far as the Chief Ministers of the states are concerned. Kerala's Chief Minister has offered 5 lakh rupees to those or the families of those who have deceased. But also the Amir of Kuwait has also announce a compensation for the families?
That's right. What we know officially for sure is the one by the Prime Minister, one by the Kerala government, 5 lakh rupees each, one by the Tamil Nadu government, 5 lakh rupees each. In the case of those who lost their lives, the workers from Kerala, a few other non-governmental agencies also have come together through the agency that works with the non-resident Keralites, NOCRA, to contribute to these families. So that works out to at least 12 lakh rupees for each of these families, and in Tamil Nadu 5 lakh rupees. And already there are demands for more, and in the case of a few, they are also asking the governments in both Kerala and Tamil Nadu to help the families with some kind of employment opportunity for an eligible member in the family, so that in some way the family's long-term economic interests would be safeguarded.
Also, from what we're hearing is that Kerala's Health Minister Veena George has also gone on to say that it was very unfortunate that the central government did not permit her to travel to Kuwait in order to coordinate the assistance for the people from the state, given the fact that half of those people were from the state of Kerala.
That's right, Divya. The Kerala government claims that the central government did not allow Ms. Veena to travel to Kuwait to oversee and coordinate the rescue and relief operations, since many of those who died are from Kerala. There is no response yet from the central government, but even in the past, during the Ukraine war tragedy, when many of the Indians were held or trapped in other countries, state governments like Tamil Nadu had alleged that the central government did not permit their ministers to travel. The central government had then argued the responsibility of repatriation and to coordinate with other countries largely rests with the central government, particularly the Ministry of External Affairs. And if individual states start coordinating rescue, it will become confusing. Number two, not all foreign countries would respond to requests from individual states in different countries. So that was a stand by the central government at that point in time. This time there is no response yet from the central government, but the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has said it's time the centre and state governments work together in tandem to help the bereaved communities, possibly with a message in this context after the central government had allegedly refused permission for Ms. Veena to travel to Kuwait.
Right. Sam, just stay with us. We'll be back. We need to take a break at this point in time, but we'll be back with the very latest when it comes to that special flight that has landed in Kochi. It's at the Kochi airport. Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of the state, is there. Suresh Gopi is there as well. Do remember, he is the only MP from the state. And, 45 Indians lost their lives, 45 Indians who lost their life in that fire that took place in Kuwait. We'll get you the latest on the other side of this break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting
The flight carrying the remains of 45 Indians who lost their lives in Kuwait has landed at the Kochi airport. It is the Chief Minister of the state, Pinarayi Vijayan, who is there at the airport, as is Suresh Gopi, the only BJP MP of the state. And of course, this is after that fire that broke out on Wednesday in Kuwait that claimed 45 Indian lives, and the other lives that were lost were Filipinos that also lost their life. The fire apparently started at the bottom, the ground floor. This is inside the guards room located on the ground floor is what might have caused the fire. That is, the initial reports are suggesting that it could have been an electric short circuit in the room of the guard of the building. Now, the building that housed over 196 workers, out of which we are talking about 175 of them were Indians. The victims included 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, 1 each from Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka, Maharashtra, West Bengal, as well as Jharkhand and Haryana. A majority of the victims work for the NBTC, a company in Kuwait, which is the largest construction firm. The building which caught fire also belongs to that company, the NBTC Group. To get more on this, we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through, the details of this company. I mean, they have offered a compensation. Now they're saying of 8 lakhs to the families of the deceased. This is co-owned by an Indian from Kerala itself, a 69-year-old businessman who co-owns this company. It has been responsible for, housing so many workers in one particular building. I mean, doesn't that violate the security and safety? From what we are hearing, initial reports that are suggesting that there were about 24 gas cylinders on the ground floor itself. There were, materials such as cardboard and plastics that was used as partitions to separate the workers in those very cramped rooms. They were, as far as the rooftop is concerned, the doors were locked, which did not allow the workers to kind of escape to the rooftop. We know that some of them even tried to jump out of the window in order to escape the fire, but unfortunately died.
That's right, Divya. This particular company, NBTC into construction, is co-owned by a person from Kerala with strong roots in Kerala, Abraham. And at the moment, initial or preliminary investigation reports suggest there were large-scale violations Number one, the fire began on the ground floor where several cylinders had exploded following a gas leak that triggered fire. There was severe smoke billowing from that, and the fire soon spread to the other floors. There were also many barriers in terms of partitions, in terms of the access to the terrace kept locked, and the workers who were largely sleeping at that time, as it was well before early morning, they were caught unaware, and many had to even jump from through the windows to escape, and that also had led many to sustain severe injuries. So several violations in terms of non-compliance, in terms of overcrowding, in terms of violating safety precautions, and as we speak, the Kuwait authorities have taken into custody at least 3 members from the group, and they are investigating. And this, in a sense, underscores the unsafe conditions in which Indians in Middle East live, especially where they go for work seeking better opportunities. Some also say sometimes workers themselves prefer to stay in such crowded conditions because they could save some money. The rentals are cheaper there. And that's another side to the story. And we'll have to wait and watch. Of course, the employees have given a compensation package to those who have lost their lives, but that's a poor consolation to the families who have lost their near and dear ones. And many say it's time the Indian government should leverage its good ties with countries in the Middle East and make sure the employers, the recruiters would follow the norms and comply with the local rules, so that largely this kind of unsafe conditions could be prevented and this kind of tragedies could be averted in the future.
Sam, from what we understand is that these companies provide accommodation to their workers. You know, they do not earn enough to be able to, even rent an accommodation in these Middle Eastern countries. From what we are hearing is the company, where these workers were working also owned that building. So basically that meant that they had this building to provide accommodation to their employees, but the conditions in which they kept them, the number of people who lived in one particular building, the building was just 6 stories high and had close to about 200 people who were living, and they were obviously it was highly cramped, and the safety precautions were not looked into. It perhaps was an old building. From what we are hearing and from what we can see, take us also through, we hear that DNA testing was required in order to determine the identity of the victims. What about the ones who've been injured? Are there some of the Indians out of the ones who've been injured who are, say, in various hospitals?
The focus is now shifting to the condition of the injured workers who are being treated in a few hospitals in Kuwait, Divya. Both the central government, the Kerala government and the Tamil Nadu government are working through the Indian embassy there to make sure that the best possible treatment would be given to those people who are in ICU. And in the case of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, besides the government support, they are also seeking help from the local Tamil and Malayali associations to reach out to these injured people, to provide them medical support, to take them to other better hospitals if required, and provide other moral support they may require. But authorities say they're doing their best to treat them well and to save them. Since it's a burn injury, certainly there are concerns about their conditions now. And in terms of the relief or compensation, the Kerala government has announced a 5 lakh package, and several other non-governmental agencies, they've also come forward to give another additional package of 7 lakh rupees to each of the families who lost their dear ones. In the case of Tamil Nadu government, the Chief Minister has ordered a 5 lakh relief package, and as we speak, the Minister, Senji Mastan, who's in charge of the non-resident Tamils welfare, is also in Cochin trying to coordinate the mortal remains reaching the homes of their families soonest. 7 of them from Tamil Nadu in this case.
Right, Sam, when you talk about the compensation that is being announced, of course, the Prime Minister has announced 2 lakh rupees to the families of the deceased, 50,000 to those who've been injured. You're talking about, at the state level, whether it is the Chief Minister of Kerala or the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu have also announced compensation. What we are hearing is the company responsible for these workers, where these workers were working, has also announced 8 lakh rupee compensation. And then the Amir of Kuwait has also announced a cash compensation as well.
That's right. It will actually, in a sense, supplement the financial security of these families who have lost their breadwinner. And we'll have to wait and see whether ultimately there would be justice for those who were responsible for this kind of unsafe conditions there. And as we speak now, authorities say they've arranged ambulances ready. The procedure will not be long since the flight has already landed. It's just a matter of some more time for the Chief Minister to lead in terms of paying the final respects to the mortal remains, and then ambulances carrying each of the mortal remains of these workers would travel towards their home, both in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu.
Right, Sam, as we can see visuals on our screen of that flight that landed at about 10:30 this morning, just an hour back, with the mortal remains of the 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire that broke out on Wednesday in Kuwait, in a building that housed close to 200 workers. Most of them worked for this particular company, which is a construction company. The building was also owned by that construction company. This is out of the 45 people who have lost their lives. We're talking about the 45 Indians who lost their lives, 24 from Kerala alone, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 1 from Karnataka, and also they hailed from other states as well, which includes Maharashtra as well as West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Punjab, along with Jharkhand and Haryana as well. So the mortal remains that have been brought first to Kochi. From here, arrangements are being made that plane will also be brought to Delhi later today. For now, it is the Chief Minister of the state as well as Suresh Gopi who are there at the airport to make arrangements for the mortal remains of the victims of that tragedy that erupted on Wednesday, in which 45 lives have been claimed due to a fire that erupted in Kuwait. Sam, if you could just tell us what really caused the fire. What is the initial report suggesting? I mean, we don't know for sure yet, but from what we are hearing is that the fire could have actually started on the ground floor.
That's what preliminary investigations revealed, Divya. It says there was a possible gas leak from cylinders kept on the ground floor, and that triggered the fire. That led to multiple explosions of gas cylinders that aggravated the fire, which soon spread from the ground floor to other floors. And it was dawn and many were sleeping. They were caught off guard. And by the time they could realize, it was too late, and the access to the terrace was also shut or locked in that sense, so they couldn't even move up to a place of safety. Many had to jump out from higher floors, injuring themselves and putting them into more in terms of injuries. And ultimately, 49 were burnt to death. The condition of those workers, the bodies were quite charred. It was a challenge to identify them. It took a DNA testing, and now officials say all the 45 Indians who died have been identified. There will be no more delays in Cochin now that the flight has landed. And it's a terrible, terrible accident. And it underscores the unsafe conditions in which Indian workers, particularly in the Middle East, live. And this particular building is owned by NBTC, the company that's into construction in Kuwait, and one of the co-owners is also from Kerala, Abraham, with strong roots with strong roots in Kerala. And conflicting reports. The trend there, many say, is for the employers to provide accommodation because they could be earning less and they may not be able to rent themselves. The other report we're hearing is that sometimes workers themselves prefer to live in these accommodations given by the owners. It's free, it's cheap. That way they'll be able to send a larger sum of money to their families back home. So they don't mind living in such private, overcrowded accommodations. That's the other side of the story.
Sam, perhaps they don't have a choice in the matter. Perhaps they're not given an option. You know, from what we understand is that the companies need to provide accommodation to these workers. They you know, feel that this is normal because what they see is that their other co-workers are living in the same conditions, which is why, you know, when they're thrown into a building which is cramped with people, not been given any kind of safety and security norms which are in place, they probably perhaps feel this is normal because they see other people doing it as well. And they you know, perhaps make those compromises in order to send back as much money as they can save to their loved ones back home.
That's right. It's a larger problem, and it's time, many say, that the Indian government you should leverage its close ties with Gulf countries and make sure that the companies that engage them, that hire them, and the agencies that recruit them would comply with norms, and they will not really take the workers for a ride like this, and ensure they live in safe conditions so that at least in future this kind of tragedy can be averted to a large extent.
Right, Sam, also perhaps they don't have a say in the matter regarding their accommodation, their stay, the safety rules in place, and of course they have gone there to make the maximum money that they can in order to fund their families back home. The majority of the people there out of the workers there, of course, are from South India. We're talking about Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, also hailing from other states including Haryana as well as Maharashtra, West Bengal, and other states as well. You know, Sam, just take us through the fact that, you know, we did see that the representation as far as India is concerned. We saw there was Mr. Singh who was sent there in order to expedite the process to get the mortal remains back. How is it that the Health Minister of Kerala was not allowed to go?
That's right. While the central government, Divya, had deployed Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, to Kuwait to oversee the rescue efforts there, the treatment there, and also to oversee the repatriation of the mortal remains back home, Kerala Health Minister also tried to fly to Kuwait, but the Kerala government says Veena was denied permission by the central government, although the purpose of her visit was to coordinate the repatriation from Kerala and to make sure the families would get the mortal remains faster. Those injured there would be given best possible treatment, and if a minister is present there, it helps in expediting things as they could take decisions quicker. But the Kerala government says the union government did not allow her to fly, and in that context, the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has said it's time the central government and the state governments ought to work in tandem, having in mind to help the bereaved families at this moment of grief. And there's no response so far from the central government why they denied permission for the minister from Kerala to visit Kuwait at this time of a crisis, a calamity there. But this has happened in the past too. When the Ukraine-Russia war began, there were hundreds of students from different parts of the country, largely from Tamil Nadu as well, doing medicine. They were struck, and at that time the Tamil Nadu government too had tried to deploy a few ministers who could expedite safe passage of those stranded students back home, but the central government did not allow them. At that time, it had argued that in these situations, it's the centre's responsibility to coordinate with the foreign nations and expedite getting people back home safe. And if every state ought to send, it will be difficult, and not every country would really be willing to deal with individual states of a large country like India. It's in that context, at that time, the central government had denied permission for ministers from India to travel to Ukraine or to areas in Russia to expedite return of those students. So one can imagine the kind of reason why probably the central government had denied. But we should wait for an official response. Kuwait or any Middle East country is known to have a large population of Keralites working there, and it's understandable that the Kerala government would want to send their own minister to make sure people feel reassured. There'll be a larger, easier connect with the communities there who are facing distress there in hospitals or back home, the families waiting to hear what happened to the near and dear ones. It's in that context the Kerala government says it's important. The minister, Veena, ought to have been allowed to fly to Kuwait.
Right. So from what we are hearing is that the mortal remains will be handed over to the respected state governments. This is first here in Kochi, and then from here the flight is going to go to Delhi, and there also the mortal remains of will be handed over to
our government got to know that such a tragic incident has happened. The Prime Minister immediately convened a meeting and instructed us to reach to Kuwait immediately and take all possible steps so that the mortal remains can be sent back as soon as possible, because that's the least that we could have done. So we reached Kuwait, and the Honorable Prime Minister had already spoken to the authorities there, to the Foreign Minister there, and to His Highness the Emir there. And I would like to say my thanks to the authorities that they did all possible they took all possible measures, and they really fully cooperated in having all the paperwork completed, the identification done in such a short time, because normally this could have taken a week or at least 10 days. But on Prime Minister's insistence, the authorities were very quick about it. They immediately undertook the task of completing the formalities, and we managed to bring back the bodies here as soon as possible. We also visited 5 hospitals where there were around 32 to 35 patients who were being treated of Indian origin who were injured in that fire. And we spoke to them individually, we inquired about their health, and all the hospitals and the directors were there. And I would also like to thank the hospital staff of each hospital that exceptional care is being taken by the hospital staff and the doctors of those patients. And most of them are likely to be discharged in a couple of days.
So how challenging it was, this distribution?
See, we do not look at it how challenging it was. It had to be done. We took all possible steps, all possible efforts to have it done. And normally, as I said before, this would have taken at least a week, 10 days. But because of the good relationships between our government and the Kuwaiti government and the sensitive issue that it was, and especially with the Prime Minister's intervention on this part, on his part, the royal family of Kuwait, the officials, the ministers, His Highness of Kuwait, they all took personal interest so that the bodies could be brought back as soon as possible. And in the hospitals, we are told that His Highness has called up the hospital people and the Minister for Health personally, and the Minister of Health has himself done rounds of the hospitals where the victims, where the people injured are being treated.
So in Kuwait, the Kuwait government has taken up the inquiry. Any details about that inquiry?
Yes, the Kuwaiti government is taking this incident very seriously, and they're taking all possible steps. They're making inquiries as to how it happened, so that this kind of a tragic incident is never repeated again. And they assured us that they will take all possible steps. They have also assured us that all the paperwork regarding the insurance that is to be paid to the families, the compensation, will be done as immediately as possible. And His Highness has also, from his part, also provided a compensation to the families of the victims who have perished in this tragic incident.
So one more thing, only 35 persons dead bodies are this team in Kochi. So what about the rest people? Some are...
No, I'll give you the details. 31 victims are from Kerala and surrounding southern states. Those remains are being offloaded here. The remaining will be offloaded in Delhi, and then from there they'll be transferred to their respective homes.
So you discussed the arrangements that happened in Kerala? Right now?
I'm sorry?
The arrangements that are done in Kerala. So,
that is, no, I'm not aware of that. We've just come out from the airplane, and those arrangements are being done by the government here, and I'm sure they'll be adequate.
There are a lot of injured persons out there in Kuwait. So what about their cases? Will
I just spoke to you about that the people who were injured in this incident, they are in hospitals in various, and they have been put in 5 different hospitals, which are the best hospitals of the country. And we visited all the 5 hospitals, and we met with all the injured people individually, each and every one of them, inquired about their health. And the doctors and the team and the directors of the hospital were accompanying us to each patient. And individually we inquired about their health, their well-being. We took stock of the injuries, how long will it take them to be discharged. So there were some with fractures who had jumped from the 2nd floor or the 4th floor. Obviously the fractures will take some time to heal. They will be in the hospital for a couple of weeks. But the other people, other persons who had inhaled smoke and had harm, and lungs were harmed to some degree, I'm happy to say that they're recovering very rapidly, and most of them are going to be discharged in a couple of days from the hospitals. There were 3 people in the ICU, of which 2 are recovering in the proper way. And there's 1 person who the doctors will be keeping in the ICU for some time. There's just 1 person who they are very hopeful of recovery, but it will just take a bit longer.
Thank you so much for doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we just heard this is Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, who says that the process of getting the mortal remains back was expedited, and that is because of the relationship between India and Kuwait. He's also talked about how the authorities in Kuwait have been very, very helpful. They have been in touch with the hospitals. Do remember there are 5 hospitals where the injured have been taken to. He said that, the Kuwaiti authorities there are also taking stock of the situation. Inquiries are being made as to how this really happened, and all possible steps are being taken in order to ensure the safety as far as the Indians working in Kuwait is concerned. So the 31 victims who are from the southern states, those are the mortal remains that are going to be, you can see visuals on your screens of the mortal remains that are coming out of the plane at the airport in Kochi. 31 mortal remains of the victims who died in that tragedy that took place in Kuwait will, be given to authorities here in Kerala. The remaining 14 will be taken to Delhi, and from Delhi the representatives from the different states from where they belonged will then be responsible to get the mortal remains to their loved ones in their particular states. So we're talking about other states, which includes West Bengal, Maharashtra, also in the state of Haryana. So there are multiple other states involved. So for now, do remember it is in Kerala where the maximum number of victims they hailed from Kerala. And then there's also Tamil Nadu, where 7 of the workers who died in that tragedy belong to Tamil Nadu, 1 from Karnataka. And so from what we are hearing from Mr. Kirti Vardhan Singh, he's gone on to say that, they are in touch with the authorities. He's gone to those 5 hospitals. He's met with those people who were injured individually. So he said some of them sustained fractures, and that might take weeks to recover because they tried to jump out of the window, whether it was from the 2nd or the 4th floor. He's also gone on to say that there are 3 people who are in the ICU. But from what he's saying is there's only 1 person out of the 3 who are in the ICU who might require more time as far as recovery is concerned. The other 2 in the ICU are apparently making good progress while staying in the ICU. The others, he says, will get to go back home, will get discharged soon. It's only the ones who perhaps have suffered fractures while jumping from the 2nd or the 4th floor. Those people, those patients will require those weeks that it takes for the bone to recover. We have my colleague Sam joining us. Sam, take us through, from what we just heard is that it's the relationship between India and Kuwait that's helped get the mortal remains back very, very soon. We do know that Mr. Singh was in Kuwait on Wednesday, and we here on Friday, the mortal remains have come back. And, perhaps this over a day's time has taken because the identification was a problem. The bodies were charred beyond recognition, which is why the DNA testing was being carried out. And perhaps that's why it's taken more than a day to get the bodies back. Of course, this also reflects on the relationship between India and Kuwait. The authorities there are looking into the matter and, of course, are giving all kind of assurances that this sort of incident will never take place again. Sam.
That's right, Divya. The good ties between India and Kuwait and the immediate flying of the Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, to Kuwait has helped in getting the repatriation of the mortal remains of the 45 Indians who were charred to death in that terrible fire tragedy in Kuwait. And as we speak now, the mortal remains brought by a special flight has landed in Cochin, and the coffins are being taken out of the plane. In the next 20 minutes, what we can expect to see is the team led by Kerala Chief Minister and a minister from Tamil Nadu, Janji Mastan, and elected representatives from Kerala would pay their last respects to the mortal remains of these 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka to these mortal remains. And then there are ambulances kept ready, arranged by both the governments of Kerala and Tamil Nadu to take the mortal remains to the families across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. There's a pall of gloom in several pockets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu as the families have lost their near and dear ones in this terrible tragedy. And since the mortal remains have been identified, there'll be no more delay in terms of any scientific or further investigation in that sense, and the coffins will be immediately moved. And it was a terrible tragedy when these workers were sleeping. Early in the morning, the fire struck. It began with a gas leak that triggered a fire, and then it led to a series of cylinder explosions, and the fire soon spread from the ground floor to the upper floors, and the access to the terrace was locked, and many of these members had to even jump through the windows to save themselves. And ultimately, 45 lost their lives, all Indians, largely from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And the flight has just come. The visuals you see of the Chief Minister and the other political elected members from Kerala and Tamil Nadu getting ready to pay their last respects as the mortal remains are being arranged there. And the investigation in Kuwait reveals that there could have been many violations in terms of lack of compliance, in terms of overcrowding, in terms of creating or setting up partitions which endangered safety there. And 3 people are being interrogated, and one would hope that this would lead to getting to the bottom of it, and those who are found guilty in terms of violations, in terms of non-compliance, will be held accountable and brought to justice. The Kuwait administration, the minister says, has assured proper investigation and justice. It's a huge negative publicity for Kuwait, which employs a large number of migrant workers from countries like India. And the Kuwait administration also has given decent, many would say, relief or compensation to members who lost their lives in this. In terms of the assistance from the Indian government, the Prime Minister has announced a 2 lakh relief. The Kerala and Tamil Nadu governments have announced another 5 lakh rupees relief. And in Kerala, a few other non-governmental organizations have also come forward to give another 7 lakh rupees as relief, so that this would provide some kind of economic support to families who lost their breadwinners in this terrible tragedy. Heart-rending stories we hear from both Kerala and Tamil Nadu. A story of one young M.Tech worker, Sergeant George from Punalur in Kerala. He had gone just last month for this employment opportunity in Kuwait. He has been killed in the fire tragedy. Lucas, who has been in Kerala for 18 years, again from the same area, has died, leaving behind his wife and 2 children. And Samir, who had got married from just 9 months ago, he was planning to get back to join his wife, and he has been killed in this. Similar heart-rending stories from Tamil Nadu. One family in Chennai, outside Chennai, has lost their driver, husband and father. Again, a pile of gloom there. Several questions raised in terms of the plight of workers from India, particularly in Middle East countries, and this tragedy has brought to light that kind of an unsafe condition they are being put in. And many hope that the Indian government would leverage its good ties with Kuwait and make sure the employers, the recruiters and the agencies who are involved in recruiting people from India would comply with norms. The administration would ensure that the employers comply with norms, and at least this kind of tragedy could be averted to a large extent in the future.
Right, Sam, very tragic as far as, the 45 lives that have been lost because of negligence, perhaps by this company that got so many workers to stay in one particular building. These workers who haven't really been given a choice as to where they'll be staying, the conditions in which they'll be living. So many cramped into one 6-story building. From what we're hearing is close to 200 people living in that building. Most of them are from India, some from Pakistan and neighboring countries as well. That includes Philippines. The victims, like you mentioned, 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, 1 from Bihar, 1 from Punjab, also 1 from Karnataka and Maharashtra, 1 worker hailing from West Bengal, 1 worker hailing from Jharkhand and another worker from Haryana who lost his life in that tragedy that erupted on Wednesday. Now, it is, of course, from what we are hearing is the course of action and the plan is to, these mortal remains that have reached the airport at Kochi, 31 of the bodies which belongs to the southern states will be given to the authorities there, and the remaining which includes 14 other mortal remains, the 14 other bodies will be taken to Delhi, and from Delhi is where the state representatives, whether it's of Punjab, whether it's of Bihar, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jharkhand or even Haryana, the state representatives will then come and claim the mortal remains of those 14 who will now be flown to Delhi. That is expected later today, and it's from there that they will be then sent to the families to their families, back to their homes. So this is the course of action that's going to be taken. Do remember, most of these workers worked for a company called NBTC, a company in Kuwait, which is one of the largest construction firms. It is co-owned by a person who hails from Kerala and a 69-year-old Indian. The building which caught fire also belonged to this company, the NBTC. From what we are hearing from the Kuwaiti authorities is that 3 people have been taken, have been detained in the matter. Investigation is on. They want to get to the bottom of this. They really want to find out as to what really caused the fire. Initial and preliminary reports are suggesting that it could have been a circuit, a short circuit, which took place in the guards room on the ground floor, and that's when the fire spread to other floors. We do know that some of the Indians tried to jump out of the window. This happened in the wee hours, and most of the workers were sleeping and they died out of smoke inhalation. Some of the workers who woke up tried to jump out of the window, whether it was the 2nd or the 4th floor. Some of them lost their lives. Some have suffered and fractures. They are in the hospitals in Kuwait, 5 hospitals where the injured have been taken. From what we're hearing is that they are said to be getting the best possible treatment by the hospitals in Kuwait. They're said to be the best in Kuwait. The authorities in Kuwait the authorities, what we are hearing is that 3 people are said to be in ICU, of which there's only 1 person who might require more time in the ICU and more treatment. The others are said to be doing okay, and that they would be discharged soon is what we are hearing. At this point in time, we're taking a very short break. We'll be back with a whole lot more.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good afternoon. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. In the Kuwait tragedy, mortal remains of 45 Indians have been brought back. The aircraft has landed in Kochi. It will now be taken to Delhi. Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs says the hospitalized Indians will be discharged soon. Trouble mounts for the ex-Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. There's a warrant against the BJP strongman in a POCSO case. The Karnataka government says they will take Yediyurappa in custody. In fact, the Home Minister says this is not vendetta. They are taking the action as per law. In actor Darshan's case, another key arrest has been made. The driver who ferried the victim has surrendered. The victim was actually driven from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. Prime Minister has touched down in southern Italy for the G7 summit. He is expected to hold bilaterals with top world leaders. Also on the radar, a meeting with Joe Biden that's expected. NDTV gets you the insider details from Bari. Well, our big focus, a special Air Force aircraft has landed in Kerala carrying the bodies of 45 Indians who died in a massive fire in Kuwait 2 days ago. Now, the next stop for the IAF aircraft is Delhi. The victims include 23 people from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, and 1 each from Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and Haryana. In fact, as the Ministry of External Affairs informed us, the bodies were charred beyond recognition, and DNA testing was done on some of them to confirm the victims' identities. This is what the Minister of State said on record yesterday. Now, as you can see, the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan was present at the Kochi airport. He will also be paying the last respects to the mortal remains of the Indians that have been brought back from Kuwait. We actually have a reaction from one of the victims' brothers and also a reaction from KV Singh lined up for you. Listen in.
कुछ हमारे परिचित हैं वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी वहाँ से जानकारी मिली पहले तो उसके बाद फिर हम लोगों ने नेट के माध्यम से देखा टीवी के माध्यम से जानकारी मिली कल प्रशासनिक तौर पर सारी चीज़ों की जानकारी उनकी तरफ से पुष्टि की गई तब जाके हमको इस बात की कंफर्मेशन मिला कि नहीं चूँकि हम तो मिसिंग के तौर पर या कहीं ना कहीं किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है इस पर्पज़ से अनभिज्ञ थे और जानकारी में लगे हुए थे कि भाई कहीं नहीं मिले उस जानकारी हम लोगों को
Sam Daniel has been tracking the latest developments for you. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, the Special Air Force aircraft, as you've been reporting, landed in Kerala, but its next stop is now Delhi.
That's right, Parameshwar. The flight has brought mortal remains of a total of 45 Indians killed in that terrible Kuwait fire tragedy. Among them, 31 are from southern states, 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka. And the flight would resume with the other mortal remains and they will be sent back to their respective states or homes from Delhi. As we speak now, a team led by Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, a Minister Senji Mastan from Tamil Nadu and elected representatives from Kerala would pay their final respects to the mortal remains of all these people who have died, and then individual ambulances with individual police escort would head towards the hometowns both in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And there's a pall of gloom in several pockets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu as families are mourning the loss of their loved ones. It was a terrible tragedy in which these people were charred to death as they were caught unawares early in the morning, just around dawn, when fire, allegedly triggered by a gas leak, led to explosions of cylinders, and the fire soon spread from the ground floor to other floors, forcing some even to jump through the windows. And the attention is now also switching to those who are injured and being treated in different hospitals, at least 5 different hospitals, according to the Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, who had just returned from Kuwait on the same flight. And he says the condition of one person is critical, and he's still hopeful that it may take a little longer hospitalization for him, but he will be fine. But best possible treatment in the best possible hospitals, he says, are being given there. And the Prime Minister has given a relief of 2 lakh rupees. Both the governments of Kerala and Tamil Nadu have announced a relief of 5 lakh rupees. And in Kerala, other non-governmental agencies have also come forward to give a total of 7 lakh as aid, as relief for these families. So the families would get a total of 12 lakhs each. And some kind of financial security for those families who have lost their breadwinners. And heart-rending stories both from Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Sergeant George, an MTech who had gone to Kuwait for this job only last month, has been killed. Lucas, who has been there for 18 years, has been killed, and he leaves behind his wife and 2 children. Samir, who got married just 9 months ago, was planning to return to join his wife. He again was killed in this. A driver from Chennai's Raebareli again was killed in that. So heartrending scenes, and this yet again reminds the unsafe conditions in which workers from India live in the Middle East countries. And this particular accommodation is owned by NBTC, a construction company in Kuwait, which is co-owned by an Indian who has roots in Kerala, and the Kuwait administration has taken to custody 3 of the people who are allegedly responsible for this, and initial reports indicate there could be large-scale violations in terms of overcrowding, in terms of not complying with safety norms, in terms of locking the access to the terrace, and many other such violations. And it has come as a huge embarrassment for Kuwait, and many hope, at least now, the Indian government, leveraging its good ties with Kuwait, would make sure that employers and recruiters who take people from India would ensure that they comply with the norms, so that in future tragedies like this could be averted. There is also another complaint by the Kerala government that the central government did not allow the Kerala Health Minister Veena to quickly fly to Kuwait to coordinate rescue work, to coordinate repatriation of the mortal remains of those who died, and also to help those who are being treated there. And in a tacit message, the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, has said it's time the centre, the state, should work in tandem, having in mind the need to help the families of the bereaved at this point in time. And there's no response yet from the union government why during a crisis like this, involving many Keralites who work in the Gulf region, particularly in the place of this particular tragedy. But in the past, the central government had argued when there was a crisis involving medicos studying in Russia and Ukraine a couple of years ago, the central government had denied permission for a couple of ministers from Tamil Nadu then to fly to those countries to expedite relief. At that time, it had argued it's a responsibility of the central government to interact, coordinate with other countries, and to have ministers from different states during a crisis like that will not really work. Whether is there politics or is that how internationally things work, that's something we'll have to wait and watch. But as we speak now, emotional moments at the Cochin International Airport, where the special Indian flight carrying the mortal remains of 45 Indians killed in that terrible fire accident has just arrived. And after the leaders and elected members pay their last respects, ambulances carrying the mortal remains would head towards the homes both in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The bodies have been identified, and now there would be no more further delay either for investigation or either for medical forensic examination. That's what authorities say. It's just a matter of a short while from now, after which the ambulances would head to different hometowns of these workers who were killed with individual police escort. I just spoke to the Minister Senji Mastan, who is from Tamil Nadu, and his team says they have kept ambulances ready. Once this paying of respects is over, they'll quickly ensure the vans would head towards the hometowns of these 7 people in Tamil Nadu, and the government will coordinate to make sure the near and dear ones will be able to pay their final respects following this terrible tragedy.
Right, Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details, breaking down all the latest developments for us. As Sam is reporting preliminary investigations into this fire incident, they indicate glaring lapses. A majority of the victims worked for NBTC. Now, NBTC is a company in Kuwait which is the largest construction firm in the country. The building which caught fire also belonged to NBTC, and the death of these 45 Indian workers in Kuwait is a reminder, as Sam has highlighted, of the dismal working conditions of a large and often ignored section of the Indian diaspora. Chief Minister paying his last respects as far as the mortal remains are concerned. While we reconnect with Sam, I'd like to highlight to our viewers that preliminary investigations into the Kuwait fire incident, they indicated glaring lapses from the kind of partitions that were used in cramped spaces to the rooftop being locked. I'm told Sam is with us. Sam, take us through the live visuals playing out on our screens at the moment.
Parameshwar, what we see now as the Kerala Chief Minister and the Minister from Tamil Nadu, Senji Mastan, and many other elected representatives from Kerala, including actor Suresh Prabhu, who got elected to the Parliament from the BJP, paying their last respects to the mortal remains of the Indian workers killed in that terrible fire in Kuwait. As we speak, 31 mortal remains of the Indian workers have arrived at this Cochin airport, and 23 of them are from Kerala, 7 of them from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka. And the mortal remains of 14 others would be flown to Delhi, from where they would be taken to their respective homes. The plan now is for individual ambulances from Cochin would leave towards the hometowns of these workers across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Each of these ambulances would also be accompanied by a police escort vehicle, and both the Tamil Nadu and Kerala governments are coordinating this to make sure the near and dear ones would get to see the mortal remains before they would be buried or cremated. And it's a terrible tragedy that took place before early in the morning, around dawn in Kuwait, when allegedly a fire was triggered after a gas leak which led to multiple explosion of gas cylinders. The fire soon spread from the ground floor to the other floors up, and many had to jump through the windows to survive. Many violations are being alleged now in terms of cramped accommodation. Some reports suggest 190, a little over that many number of people were housed in that accommodation. The access to the terrace was locked, endangering fire safety, and there were also other violations in terms of partitions being put up and too many gas cylinders kept there. This particular accommodation, investigators saying, is owned by NBTC, a company that's into construction in Kuwait, and as we speak, at least 3 members from this group have been taken into custody. They are being interrogated for violations, and this has come as a huge embarrassment for Kuwait, which employs large number of Indians, particularly many from states like Kerala. And the Kuwait administration also has contributed as a part of the compensation package for these workers. Yes. And one would hope that the investigation would get to the bottom of it, identify those who are guilty, identify what are the violations there, and make sure they would bring to justice those responsible. While being a foreign country, well, India cannot do much. Many say it's time India uses its close ties with Kuwait to make sure they would ensure that employers and recruiters who take people from India would abide by the norms, the local norms there, to ensure safety, so that at least in future tragedies like this could be averted. That's the larger expectation.
Indeed.
And this is a kind of an eye-opener in a sense of the unsafe conditions in which Indian workers and Indian employees live in the Gulf region, in the Middle East largely. And one would hope there would be some kind of intervention, some kind of pressure from Indian government to make sure there'll be a larger compliance by employers. And
Indeed.
in Tamil Nadu, the government has given a relief of 5 lakh rupees.
Yes, in fact, Sam, the Kuwait government has ordered an investigation, as you're correctly reporting, and assured that the guilty will be held to account. Also, Sam, the country's Deputy Prime Minister has asked the Kuwait municipality to address similar violations elsewhere as well, where a large number of workers are crowded into residential buildings.
This could be the case in many Middle East countries where large Indian populations work over the years, Parameshwar. And although time and again during such accidents, during such tragedies, we get to know about that, nothing has changed largely. And this particular tragedy, killing close to 50 workers has really shaken up the global community, and one would expect that this could be, in a sense, be a turning point to ensure that there would be large-scale compliance, there would be large-scale adherence to safety norms by employers. In many countries, it's also true that the employers themselves provide accommodation. It's also true that in many countries, the migrant workers choose to live in such conditions voluntarily, because the rentals could be high, and by living in such accommodations, they would also be able to save money to send them back home. So it works both ways, and in this case at least, it's the employer who appears to have been violating safety norms, and one would hope there would be a system put in place by administration in Kuwait for a kind of an audit of all the accommodations given by employers to make sure they comply with safety norms, and the safety of the larger migrant community from other countries, including India, would be protected.
We sincerely hope that happens in a jiffy. It should be prioritized. Sam, we also have a reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs. I'm told KV Singh has just spoken. Listen in.
Our government got to know that such a tragic incident has happened. The Prime Minister immediately convened a meeting and instructed us to reach to Kuwait immediately and take all possible steps so that the mortal remains can be sent back as soon as possible, because that's the least that we could have done. So we reached Kuwait, and the Honorable Prime Minister had already spoken to the authorities there, to the Foreign Minister there, and to His Highness the Emir there. On Prime Minister's insistence, the authorities were very quick about it. They immediately undertook the task of completing the formalities, and we managed to bring back the bodies here as soon as possible. We also visited 5 hospitals where there were around 32 to 35 patients who were being treated of Indian origin who were injured in that fire. And we spoke to them individually. We inquired about their health, and all the hospitals and the directors were there. And I would also like to thank the hospital staff of each hospital that exceptional care is being taken by the hospital staff and the doctors of those patients.
Among the Indians, as my colleague Sam Daniel has been consistently reporting, 23 were from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 2 each from Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and 1 each from Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh. But Sam, for the benefit of our viewers, we must mention that India has signed MOUs with West Asian countries, including Kuwait, to streamline procedures for recruiting workers and providing them with legal protection. But the problem also is that India deals with migration through a 40-year-old Immigration Act, which actually leaves the migrant worker at risk. And in fact, in the budget session of Parliament last year, the External Affairs Ministry had acknowledged the need for an updated law to deal with migration issues. That piece of legislation is still in the works, I must inform you. And also, as per the MEA, nearly 8.8 million Indians live and work in the Gulf. The money they send back home makes for more than a fourth of the diaspora's annual remittances. That's a huge amount. And in Kuwait, as Sam has been reporting, Indian carpenters, masons, electricians, construction site laborers, factory and domestic workers and food delivery agents, they actually constitute nearly a fifth of the country's workforce. Sam, in that case, the government says that their welfare should therefore be a priority, right?
Absolutely. It's incumbent on the government to make sure that this community of workers who travel abroad and help in the Indian economy in a big way should be taken care of, both in terms of their safety, both in terms of the legislative protection that the country should bring about. And it's important that the Parliament, the lawmakers, take this issue seriously and update the laws we have that would guarantee safety, that would also make it incumbent on the governments of the time to enforce this and to hold talks with the governments with which we have entered into agreements so that there will be larger compliance, like which we could prevent issues or tragedies like this in Kuwait, which has shaken up the whole country now. And that many say it's important that India should leverage both in terms of its close ties with neighboring countries and countries in the Gulf region, and through legislatures, so that they'll be able to really have that kind of a protection, and it will be morally bound on the government of India to ensure reasonable amount of safety of the workers who travel abroad to work. And what we see now in Cochin is the bodies have arrived of the Indians killed in Kuwait, and the team led by Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and other elected members from Kerala and a minister from Tamil Nadu have paid their last respects. And any time now, the bodies or the mortal remains would head towards their hometowns in individual ambulances escorted by Kerala police.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details, for taking us through the latest visuals coming in from the Cochin International Airport. The state government, as we had been reporting, had arranged for ambulances to transport the bodies to their respective homes. Those ambulances are now carrying the bodies to their respective homes as they have arrived. Well, with that, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking, the Supreme Court's notice on the CBI investigation plea as far as the NEET exam is concerned. Well, the Supreme Court has issued a notice on a transfer petition filed by the National Testing Agency seeking to transfer to the top court a petition filed in the Delhi High Court alleging paper leak and irregularities in the conduct of the NEET undergraduate 2024 exam that took place on the 5th of May. In fact, the vacation bench of Justices Vikram Nath and Sandeep Mehta, they've tagged the NTA's transfer petition along with other petitions regarding the paper leak in the NEET undergraduate exam. Sunil Prabhu and Vedant Agarwal have been tracking the latest developments for us. They join us live at the moment. Let's go across to my colleague Sunil first. Sunil, what are the key takeaways from the Supreme Court that you can disclose at the moment?
Well, the key takeaway is that the Supreme Court refused to give any kind of relief, said that we will hear and issue notices, whatever it is, on this entire matter, CBI probe into the alleged leaking or whatever, on July 8th, and issued notices to the NTA. So even though there were a number of petitions seeking some kind of relief, stay on the counselling, to show the discrepancies in what was decided yesterday in terms of the grace marks and removal of grace marks, but the Supreme Court was not inclined. Said you challenge the order or whatever. But at this present juncture, they're only going to hear this matter on the 8th of July. So really no relief for the students and those petitions that had been put before the Supreme Court. Mind you, this is for the nearly for the fourth day the Supreme Court has been hearing pleas against the NTA, and it's in this context now that the Supreme Court has decided to hear this matter on the 8th of July.
Sunil, thanks so much for joining us. As far as the key takeaways from the Supreme Court are concerned, we also have Vedant with us. Vedant, as Sunil is reporting, the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the testing agency. Now, the NTA has been asked to respond within 2 weeks, and the next hearing is on the 8th of July.
That's right, Parmeshwar. The key takeaway also is that there's going to be no intervention as far as the counselling is concerned, which is what was perhaps a key demand of the students. In fact, what I'm being told is that here at the Ministry of Education, a delegation of several candidates, NEET candidates, will have sought time with the Minister of Education, and they will be submitting an application asking for postponement of the counselling process, given the fact that the Supreme Court has decided to hear all the petitions together on the 8th of July. Remember, the timeline as far as the students are concerned is going to be that the re-examination is likely to be held on the 23rd of June. The results would be declared perhaps on the 30th, and the counselling process as scheduled will begin from the 6th of July. That is 2 days before the Supreme Court's next hearing, which essentially means that for the students there is no relief as far as the counselling process is concerned. The students have of course been saying that there's discrepancy in in the entire process. The integrity of the entire examination process has been compromised, is what many of the students have been saying. In fact, they will be meeting the Education Minister. At least they have sought time with the Education Minister at about 1 this afternoon, is what we are being told. And their basic demand is that on the part of the Education Ministry and the NTA, there should be some consideration as far as several of these students are concerned, because they say that it's unfair on them, given the fact that many of the students who've been given grace marks may not opt for the retest option, and then the entire process becomes skewed. So for the students, no relief. The timeline, as I said, looks similar as of now. The Supreme Court is set to hear the petitions on the 8th of July. In fact, interestingly also, one of the petitions said that there should be a CBI probe into the alleged paper leak. Now remember, the National Testing Agency from day one has been saying that there's been no paper leak. There was some sort of mix-up of question papers between English question papers and Hindi question papers, and there was loss, there was time loss that some students, some candidates had to suffer. But there was no paper leak, is what the NTA has been saying from day one. Now the Supreme Court, of course, has said that we cannot immediately issue any directive as far as this plea demanding a CBI investigation is concerned. Right. So all of that will be heard on the 8th of July. So far, what we're hearing from the petitioners and students is that they would be requesting the Education Ministry to intervene.
Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us with the latest action. Well, there's no relief for students, unfortunately, as far as the counselling process is concerned. And as the Supreme Court has said, they've asked the NTA to respond within 2 weeks. The next hearing on the case is on the 8th of July. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. We're taking a very quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scrap.
Welcome back. Now some breaking update coming in, and rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim has filed a plea seeking parole once again. He has sought a 21-day parole. This plea is with regards to attending or participating rather at a Dera Sacha Sauda event. Now the High Court The Punjab and Haryana High Court has issued a notice to the Haryana government and to the SGPC seeking their response. A deadline has been given till July 2nd. So this is yet another parole plea which has been filed by the rape convict. So let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet for more on this. Yet another parole plea which has been filed by the Dera chief there. Also tell us, Gurpreet, exactly what was said by the High Court the last time around. They had said that there will be no more paroles given to him without the government permission. So contextualize this with regards to what was said earlier.
Well, we have seen SGPC had already filed appeal in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, putting a question mark why he has been on parole and what was the role of the state government. Now we have seen again the application has been moved from rapist Gurmeet Ramreem for getting 21 days parole, and for that High Court had considered the application and issued a notice to SGPC and others, and they are going to hold another hearing on July 2nd. So as of now, we have seen this is one of the major issue in the state of Haryana also. We have seen in Punjab also. They are saying one side, Haryana government has been claiming he is in the jail, he has been convicted, but multiple times such type of paroles have been given to him. So now they want to understand why repeatedly these paroles are being given to Gurmeet Ramreem. So let's see on 2nd July how the court is going to preview on the notice which has been issued and what type of reply the court is going to get, and after that the things will be more clear.
Right. Gurpreet there, thank you so much for joining us on that breaking update. Shifting focus now, and news from Karnataka, where a Bengaluru court has now issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP leader, BJP veteran B.S. Yediyurappa, after he failed to appear for questioning in a case under the POCSO Act. The former chief minister has now sought relief from the High Court. The Karnataka BJP had in fact accused the Congress government in the state of pursuing vendetta politics. At the moment, what we do know is that Yediyurappa has in fact said that he is going to cooperate with the investigating agency, in this case the CID. And on the other hand, the Karnataka government has said that this is not vendetta politics. Action and procedures are being followed as per law. Listen in to the reactions which have come in today.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ FSLಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, VIP ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನಂತರ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ
Trouble mounting for former Chief Minister of Karnataka and BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa. A special court has issued a non-bailable warrant against him. This is in connection to a sexual assault case. In fact, we are at the moment standing outside B.S. Yediyurappa's house. He's not here at the moment. There is no information of where he is. He could be somewhere in Karnataka, somewhere in Bangalore or in Delhi. At the moment, of course, he is trying for some sort of relief from Karnataka High Court, as he's approached Karnataka High Court with two different petitions. One in which he's asked for quashing of the FIR, and second in which he sought anticipatory bail soon after the special court issued non-bailable warrant against him. Yesterday, of course, a special public prosecutor before the court said that Yediyurappa was not cooperating with investigation as he did not appear for questioning despite issuing orders. In fact, Colt also submitting that the accused in fact attempted to destroy evidence by in fact trying to bribe the family of the victim. Of course, the mother of the victim, who is the primary complainant, passed away unfortunately, so therefore the brother of the victim has taken up the case and has also asked the investigation agency by way of a court that the investigation should be in fact expedited. He has approached the court seeking the same. So at this point, of course, all eyes on Karnataka High Court as to whether any sort of relief will be given to the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. He has sought anticipatory bail soon after NBW has been issued against him. There is a possibility that if his application is not in fact considered by the court, and if his application is dismissed by the court, then he could soon be arrested.
Latest in the actor Darshan case now, where the popular Kannada actor has been arrested for murdering a 33-year-old man. Now, cops have made another key headway. The driver who ferried the victim has in fact surrendered. Ravi is the 8th accused in this case. He's now been arrested by the police, and the police are of course looking to get further details from him. Remember that actor Darshan, along with his friend Pavitra, have in fact been arrested in this case. A murder which, if we are to believe the police, has been triggered by obscene texts which were allegedly sent by the victim to Pavitra, who is Darshan's friend. She's also an actor, and because of which apparently Darshan hired a few goons, that's what the police are saying, and beat up the victim first, locked him up, tied him with ropes, locked him up in a shed and beat him up, which consequently led to his death. So this is yet another arrest, the 8th arrest which has been made in the case. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, what are the police hoping to obtain from this new arrest which has been made of the driver?
That's right, multiple developments taking place in this case. A fresh arrest has taken place. This is driver Ravi, who in fact ferried the victim along with some of the accused from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. Of course, he is a key link in this case because he will be able to speak about the sequence of events leading up to the murder, sequence of events as far as, his role and the role of the other accused are concerned, because he was in the car for a couple of hours when the victim was ferried, what kind of conversation took place, what the sequence of events were, what were the circumstances leading to the death, and also what kind of instructions were given to him. Of course, he was in hiding for some time, after which, of course, he approached Taxi Association in Chitradurga, post which he feared that he would be caught. So therefore, he surrendered himself before Chitradurga police. He's been taken into custody. He will definitely be an important link in the case. He could be, of course, be able to talk about what exactly transpired just ahead of the murder in Chitradurga as well as in Bengaluru. Apart from that, there was a spot inquest also that was conducted in Chitradurga, where one of the key accused, Raghavendra, who was the president of Darshan Fans Association, who was a key accused in the case, was taken to Chitradurga to conduct a spot inquiry. He, of course, told the police officers about when exactly they abducted Renuka Swamy, at what time that was done, who were along with him, and at what time he was taken to Bengaluru, and what exactly happened post he was taken to Bengaluru, how he was thrashed and beaten up to death and so on. So yes, multiple developments taking place. We'll have to see if more arrests will happen. Police, of course, are looking into all the angles. Also looking into all the evidence, including CCTV footage, phone evidence and so on. But what we are hearing is that this man, Renuka Swamy, the victim, was mercilessly beaten up by Darshan and his aide in that shed in Bengaluru for many hours before he succumbed to his injuries, and then he was, of course, thrown into that drain. The motive, of course, is as a result of him sending those offensive messages. But is there a larger motive is something police is trying to find out.
Right, Radhika, they're tracking all the investigation updates in this high-profile case. Thank you so much for joining us with that. We'll slip into a short break at this point, but news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA-3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap.
Right. Now let's shift our focus to the other big story that we are tracking, of course, and that is the G7 summit, which is being held in Italy. And as we know that Prime Minister Modi is expected to attend a number of bilateral meetings today, a few meetings which are already on the agenda. But remember, largely, the summit is likely to be dominated by Ukraine and Gaza ceasefire talks. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Vishnu Shom from Italy. Vishnu, if you could take us through the agenda or the itinerary of meetings that the Prime Minister has lined up for today.
Well, Tanima, today is a very important day. This is, in fact, it's just a 24-hour visit. His first visit since he became Prime Minister, sworn in for the third time. He's going to be meeting the French President, Mr. Macron, a little while from now. He'll be meeting the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. He'll be meeting the Japanese Prime Minister, Mr. Kishida, as well, the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Later in the evening, there will be a bilateral with the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, and there will be, towards the end of the day, an informal dinner which the Italian Prime Minister will be hosting for him.
Right, Vishnu, among the number of names that you took, two key names that there's a lot of curiosity about. Is there any clarity on the meetings, whether Prime Minister Modi will be meeting US President Joe Biden and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau?
Well, absolutely. And we don't know about Trudeau at this stage. If there is to be a pull aside, because I don't think there's a bilateral which is really scheduled so far. We'll know if there is. But if there is a meeting between the two leaders, it would come at a time when relations between New Delhi and Ottawa have plummeted to a real low. And therefore, if there is an effort at bringing that relationship up on an even keel, the differences between the sides are fairly stark. India, of course, is concerned about the threat of Khalistani separatism emanating from Canadian soil. Canada has a different perspective on a lot of things, but India is very clear on where we stand as far as this issue is concerned. So the relationship has been impacted. Can anything be done to sort that out? Number one. And number two, I do expect there to be a meeting with the US President Joe Biden. It's not been announced or shared with us in terms of a time and a detail. I would suggest that given the very strong relationship between America and India, that some sort of a meeting would likely take place.
And lastly, Vishnu, before we let you go, going back to the bilaterals which are actually scheduled today, what about the engagement with the Italian Prime Minister? What will be the focus of that meeting?
So that I would suggest is actually the most important meeting among the bilaterals over here. Italy is a very strong partner nation. The trade between India and Italy has really gone up. Remember, there are 2 lakh people of Indian origin who reside in Italy. The second largest number of people of Indian origin outside the Netherlands. Indian industry has contributed more than $400 million into Italy across sectors, whether it's IT, pharma, engineering, other areas as well. There's an incredible historic connect, which I've been speaking about as well. Remember, Indian soldiers fought for the liberation of Italy in the Second World War. 50,000 of them were involved in some of the biggest battles of the Second World War, including the Battle of Monte Cassino. That's something that's not been forgotten here in Italy. It's been forgotten perhaps in India to a large extent. But Indian soldiers and their contribution for the liberation of Italy, even though that happened decades and decades back, liberation from fascism is something that is revered over here in India. Indians are really looked upon as Italian saviors in a certain sense, way back in the day. Secondly, Indians have had a huge stake and contribution to the world-renowned Italian dairy sector, the ham and cheese industry, for example. In Parma, we all love our Italian cheeses, Tanima, don't we? Did you know that Sikhs from Punjab have had a huge role over generations in being part of that Italian tradition, in growing and developing the finest cheese products in Italy, a lot of which is exported. They're very much part of that tradition. So that's a couple of areas where India and Italy have a very close relationship, and indeed the defense relationship, whether it's high-tech transfers or increasingly military-to-military engagements.
Right. Vishnu, thank you so much for that comprehensive analysis and all the updates there. Vishnu Shom reporting from Italy, tracking all the updates coming in on the G7 summit. We'll now head into a short break, but lots of news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Welcome back. Now we are bringing you pictures from Visakhapatnam. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is in fact in the area. He's reviewing naval preparedness. This is his first visit after taking charge as the Defence Minister this time around. This is, of course, his visit to review the Eastern Naval Command in the sea. So the Defence Minister there just landing in Vizag a short while back in Visakhapatnam. And on the agenda is a review of the Eastern Naval Command. All the warships will be present on the occasion there. This is, of course, as we mentioned, Defence Minister's first visit to review naval preparedness in the region after taking charge as the Defence Minister once again. Shifting focus now to another important political story that we are following, and RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is in Uttar Pradesh's Gorakhpur. He in fact attended a Karyakarta camp in Gorakhpur on Thursday, and at the moment he is also expected to preside over a training session of the cadre, RSS cadre, today in Gorakhpur. Now the big question is, and all eyes are on whether or not there will be a meeting between Mohan Bhagwat and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. At the moment, what we do know is that there's no meeting scheduled, but there is a lot of political buzz, especially since this visit comes after the Lok Sabha elections. Remember, the BJP's performance in Uttar Pradesh this time around was dismal compared to the fact that they had, in fact, had a huge margin of win in the last elections, in 2019 elections. But this time around, there's been a lot of talk and post-poll analysis in a way as to what went wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh this time around. And Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, the man on your screens there on the right, of course, under the scanner in a way. And the fact that this visit of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat comes just a few days after that speech of Mohan Bhagwat, where he had in fact said that arrogance is not good in politics. He had made a lot of comments, of course, that speech also coming just shortly after Lok Sabha elections, in which the NDA government, of course, won, but the BJP's numbers were not up to the target that they had set for themselves. So we'll keep track of that, but for the moment, moving on. Now, the Jammu and Kashmir administration has directed all the schools across the Union Territory to start morning assemblies with the national anthem. This is the first time when singing of national anthem has been made mandatory during morning assemblies in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a new direction which has come through in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, again, this is a direction which has come a circular which has been issued by the Principal Secretary of Education to all the schools to ensure morning assemblies begin with the national anthem as per the standard protocol. The circular is part of a series of measures by the Union Territory Administration since the abrogation of Article 370, and the Union Territory Administration has already made it mandatory for schools and all other educational institutions to hoist the national flag on Independence Day and Republic Day in J&K. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi to understand this further. Nazir, so is this circular a new circular, or is this a reiteration of an earlier circular or an earlier direction by the administration there? And what is the significance of it, the fact that it's coming just after elections, and given the fact that there's a lot of anticipation that the assembly elections will be held soon?
Well, it doesn't have to do anything with election or assembly election which are likely to be held. Actually, this is a new order wherein Principal Secretary Education, Mr. Alok Kumar, is talking about issuing a circular and saying there are not many schools are actually holding the assembly prayers, morning prayers. So morning assembly, so that is they say it is mandatory. And they say then the national anthem, it should start with the national anthem. Because national anthem national anthem was not being sung in any school, particularly in Kashmir Valley. Several measures have been taken by the government of the abrogation of Article 370, like teachers have been asked to hoist national tricolor in schools on Independence Day and the Republic Day. Now, they have taken another step by saying now they have to start the morning assembly with the national anthem. That is what they are saying. That you have to imbibe nationalism among the children, students, and also the teachers as well. We don't think beyond that there's any other reason, whether it is linked to the election or any situation. This is something which the government has been doing since the abrogation of Article 370, because of this militancy. National anthem, some morning assemblies would not start with the national anthem. So since the perception this militancy has gone, particularly in the Kashmir Valley, it has been wiped out in most parts of the valley, even as there are fresh attacks in the Jammu region. So government has issued the circular, making it mandatory for all the schools that they should start morning assembly with the national anthem.
That's right, Nazir Masoodi there reporting on a key update taking place in J&K. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to weather reports, and there's a heatwave alert for North India. That heatwave alert continues, in fact, and as per the Met Department, that is likely to continue through the next week as well. In fact, the Met Department has said that 15 days or more of heatwave is going to continue in at least 14 of the 36 divisions in the north. Odisha also has had 27 days of heat wave. Rajasthan has had 23. West Bengal 21. Delhi has had 23 days so far, which is double the number of days one faces heat wave normally in these areas in the mid of summer. So heat wave is likely to continue now, at least for the next week as well. And while the summer heat intensifies, there's wildfire being reported. 4 people have been injured and are in critical condition after 4 Uttarakhand Forest Department officials in Dehradun, in fact, died, and 4 others were injured when the team was caught up in a raging forest fire in Almora's Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary. Authorities have said that those 4 people died when they were trying to douse the fire. 4 others who received burn injuries were rushed to nearby hospital. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami held a high-level meeting with the Chief Secretary, Principal Secretary and Chief Conservator of Forests and directed for immediate control of the situation.
क्योंकि कोई भी स्टाफ जो उनमें से था वो बोलने की हालत में नहीं है, तो वहाँ से ये नीचे को देख करके एनालिसिस कर रहे थे कि आग कहाँ से हम इसको कंट्रोल करेंगे। अचानक से तेज हवा का झोंका आया और तो आग ने बिल्कुल एकदम से चारों ओर से घेर लिया और ये लोग वहीं पे आग में जंगल की आग में झुलस गए। कितने लोग थे, कितने लोगों की डेथ हुई? ये संभवतः मेरी जानकारी के अनुसार 8 लोग थे, जिसमें से 4 लोग जो घायल हैं उनको हम यहाँ बेस हॉस्पिटल लेके आए हैं।
I'm joined by my colleague Kishore over the phone line. Kishore, हमारी जानकारी के हिसाब से चीफ मिनिस्टर पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने एक हाई लेवल मीटिंग भी चेयर की, तो अभी तक ग्राउंड की स्थिति क्या है? इज द फॉरेस्ट फायर अंडर कंट्रोल और क्या-क्या स्टेप्स वहां की सरकार ले रही है?
देखिए, जो गुरुवार को एक दुखद घटना घटी थी जिसमें 4 लोगों की डेथ हो गई थी फॉरेस्ट फायर को बुझाते हुए, तो अब ऐसे में जो 4 लोग और घायल थे तो उनको एयरलिफ्ट कर दिल्ली एम्स भेजा जा रहा है ताकि उनका ठीक से अच्छा सा इलाज हो सके। इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने सचिवालय में इसको लेकर एक बड़ी मीटिंग बुलाई है जिसमें फॉरेस्ट के कर्मचारी, अधिकारी, इसके अलावा आपदा प्रबंधन और डीएम्स को एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में बुलाया गया और इसमें सबको निर्देश दिए जा रहे हैं कि जहां पे भी आपकी सूचना हो तत्काल उसको बुझाया जा सके। और इसके अलावा सेना की और एयरफोर्स की जो मदद लेनी अगर जरूरी पड़ती है तो उसको भी लिया जाए ताकि इन जंगलों की आग को बुझाया जा सके। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अभी पिछले 24 घंटों में 13 जगहों पे आग थी, उसमें लगभग 80% काबू पा लिया गया है। दूसरी बात यह है कि मौसम विभाग ने मौसम विभाग की जो संभावना है बारिश की, अगले 24 घंटों में ऊपरी इलाकों में बारिश हो सकती है, तो उस पर भी थोड़ा निर्भर है क्योंकि अगर बारिश होती है तो जंगलों की आग बुझ सकती है। लेकिन लगातार पिछले कुछ समय से बारिश नहीं होना और ड्राई सीजन ज़्यादा चला गया और गर्मी होने के कारण ही जंगलों की आग भड़क रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी अधिकारियों को अलर्ट निर्देश दिए गए कि जंगलों की आग तत्काल बुझाई जाए। इसके अलावा आर्मी और एयरफोर्स की अगर मदद लेनी है तो उसको भी लिया जा सके।
किशोर, शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। सो द पीपल देयर ऑफ कोर्स वेटिंग फॉर hoping for rain in order to ease the situation, but for the moment of course no such relief there. Firefighting operations of course currently underway. We'll head into a short break at this point. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi in Italy for the G7 summit. Ukraine war, global economy dominates the agenda. NDTV reports from Bari in Italy.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं। We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim seeks parole once again. The Dera Sacha Sauda chief has sought parole for 21 days. Punjab and Haryana High Court has issued a notice to the Haryana government. CBI, as far as the CBI probe demand in NEET is concerned, the Supreme Court puts testing agency on notice. Supreme Court notice on the CBI investigation. Mortal remains of Indians brought back from Kuwait after the fire tragedy. Bodies of 45 Indians brought back to Kerala. Union Minister of the MOSMEA who had travelled with the plane with the aircraft back to India says hospitalized Indians are going to be discharged soon. Prime Minister Modi in Italy for the G7 summit. PM to hold bilaterals with top world leaders today. In fact, a PM Modi and Biden meeting is also expected in Italy. NDTV reports from Bali. Bengaluru court has issued non-bailable warrant against BJP leader, BJP veteran B.S. Yediyurappa after he failed to appear for questioning in a POCSO case. BJP has, of course, called it a case of vendetta politics. The Karnataka government has said procedures are being followed as per law. Heatwave alert for North India continues as North India sizzles under extreme heat. The heat alert is expected to continue till next week. Our top story, and Gurmeet Ram Rahim, the Dera Sacha Sauda chief, has filed for parole once again. He has in fact filed a plea seeking to participate at a Dera Sacha Sauda event. In fact, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has now issued a notice to the Haryana government seeking their response by July 2nd. Just to give the context to our viewers, this is, of course, we're talking about a rape and murder convict, Gurmeet Ram Rahim. He has already got at least 7 paroles over a period of 10 months. In fact, the last parole, a 50-day parole that was granted to him back in February was the last parole. Before February, rather in January, was the last parole that he was granted. And within that span of 10 months, he had in fact been granted 7 paroles. There has, of course, been a lot of outrage about the number of paroles being granted to this man there, a rape and murder convict, beg your pardon. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet for more on this. Gurpreet, so what is the status of the plea at the moment? And also give our viewers an understanding of the number of paroles which had been granted to Gurmeet Ram Rahim in the recent past, following which this has been brought under the notice. And the High Court had also said that without government's permission, there will be no further parole granted to him.
Well, we all know so many times this granting parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim has come under the scanner, and a lot of questions were being raised over the Haryana government, and so many times we confronted the then Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, to understand why such type of relief is being given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, and so many times the Chief Minister has given reply saying that it's the matter of the right, and a jail department is authorized and the prerogative of a jail department to grant such relief to the convict. Now, last time we have seen SGPC has already moved the appeal before Punjab and Haryana High Court, putting a question mark why he has been granted relief again and again, and on what basis he has been released out of this jail. So all these questions were being raised by SGPC, and that is one of the reasons that today, when this petition has been filed by Gurmeet Ram Rahim's side for getting 21 days of parole for the coming days, the court has issued notice to SGPC and others so that on July 2nd, they will be able to hold a marathon debate on this thing, whether this is genuine or not. So all these points are going to be considered, but as of now, it seems it's one of the biggest issue, not only in Haryana, even in Punjab also. SGPC has already raised this issue. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Shifting focus now to an important issue which affects a lot of youngsters, a lot of students, and that is about the NEET examination row. Now, in the latest from the top court, the Supreme Court has in fact issued a notice on the CBI investigation plea. Remember, the Congress has in fact demanded a CBI probe on the number of irregularities which have been reported as far as this particular medical entrance test is concerned. Now, this notice has gone to the National Testing Agency. They have been asked to respond within 2 weeks as to whether or not, on what their response is as far as the CBI probe demand is concerned. Next hearing on the matter is on July 8th. Remember, opposition has been raising several questions with regard to this, demanding a CBI probe. And remember, they have also, of course, the Congress, for that matter, has demanded the sacking of the National Testing Agency chief. Let me go across to my colleague Vedant, I believe, who is joining us with some of the protesting students. Vedant?
That's right, Tanima. You see, the key takeaway from the Supreme Court hearing is that nothing really changes for the students, because the Supreme Court has now clubbed all the petitions which will be heard on the 8th of July. And the counselling process, remember, begins from July 6th. In fact, there's a delegation of students which has sought time with the Education Minister as well. आप क्या representation लेकर जा रहे हैं Education Minister के पास?
Basically हमारी सिर्फ बेसिक डिमांड है. सबसे पहले डिमांड की इसको रीनीट किया जाए. दूसरी चीज़ अर्जेंट सीबीआई इंक्वायरी की जाए. तीसरा स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन लिया जाए जो भी अधिकारी इसमें इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं. और चौथा और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, आज के टाइम पे ओएमआर में कोई ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं है. अगर मैं एग्जाम, कोई भी स्टूडेंट एग्जाम देने जाता है, वो कितने क्वेश्चंस अटेम्प्ट कर रहा है, ये कहीं पर भी वेरीफाई नहीं होता है.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अभी कहा कि देखिए इमीडिएटली सीबीआई इंक्वायरी के लिए डायरेक्टिव नहीं इशू किया जा सकता है, और ग्रेस मार्क्स वाला जो इशू है वो कहीं ना कहीं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सेटल कर दिया है. तो क्या आप इस जो अभी तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का पोजीशन रहा है इस पर, क्या आप उससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है अभी?
देखिए, मैं सबसे पहले आपको बताना चाहूँगा, अगर 1563 बच्चों को अगर इन लोगों ने ग्रेस मार्क्स दिए थे, तो क्या इन्होंने जब रिजल्ट किया था, क्या इन्होंने उस समय बताया कि हमने 1563 लोगों को किया है? जब बाद में मैनिपुलेशन थ्योरी चलती है और हर जगह पर ये ट्रोल होने लगते हैं, जब जाके ये आगे आते हैं कि हम लोगों ने ग्रेस मार्क्स दिए हैं, तो उसको लेकर ट्रांसपेरेंट.
सम अदर स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो यार, आप इनफैक्ट खुद एक डॉक्टर हैं और आप यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से आए हैं, जो स्टूडेंट्स तमाम प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं जंतर मंतर में. क्या आपकी बेसिक मांग है? क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो क्लियर कर दिया है कि सारे पिटिशन 8 जुलाई को सुनवाई होगी उनकी, और 6 जुलाई को काउंसलिंग प्रोसेस प्रोसीड होगा.
सर, मैं पहली बात तो ये बोलना चाहता हूँ हमारे माननीय मंत्री साहब से कि ये मुद्दा विपक्ष का मुद्दा नहीं है. ये मुद्दा एक आम आदमी का मुद्दा है, 24 लाख परिवारों का मुद्दा है, जिनने ये सपना देखा था कि मेरे बेटा या बेटी को मैं डॉक्टर बनाऊंगा. आज बहुत इजी होता है कि मंत्री साहब कह रहे हैं ये विपक्ष ने माहौल बनाया हुआ है. आप कह रहे हो कि एनटीए बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है. मैं कहता हूँ आप
एनटीए का मुद्दा नहीं है, मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ, लेकिन आपकी मांगे क्या है, संक्षिप्त में बताइए.
सर, मेरी मांगे हैं, सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए. अगर एनटीए ईमानदार है तो फिर से रीनीट का एग्जाम होना चाहिए.
24.5 लाख बच्चों,
बिल्कुल 24 लाख बच्चों का होना चाहिए, और उसके बाद ट्रांसपेरेंट हो. सर, जो गोधरा में पुलिस ने पकड़ा है, उसको ऐसा एविडेंस मिला था कि वहां कुछ दलालों ने ये कहा बच्चों को कि आप ओएमआर सीट में सिर्फ 20 क्वेश्चन भरना, बाकी खाली छोड़ देना, हम देख लेंगे. हम भी कल से यही कह रहे हैं, जरूरी नहीं है पेपर लीक से ही काम खराब होता हो, अगर इंटरनल सेटिंग हुई है तो भी काम खराब हुआ है.
और आप ये सब अभी देखिए जांच के रेल में है, लेकिन अभी आप और भी स्टूडेंट्स आपको यहाँ ज्वाइन करेंगे.
सर, मेरे साथ ये सारे बच्चे, ये देखिए हर्ष बच्चा ये आ गया है.
ठीक है,
ये सब वो
बच्चों से बल्कि सुनते हैं. आप यू वन ऑफ द नीट एस्पिरेंट्स हु हैज बीन प्रोटेस्टिंग. आप जंतर मंतर में प्रोटेस्ट करे तो आप ये जो रीनीट की मांग कर रहे हैं, ये सारे 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए आप मांग.
यस, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि आप उस चीज को कैटेगराइज कैसे करेंगे जो चीटिंग से हम लोगों से आगे निकल गए. आप बोल रहे हैं सिर्फ 1600 बच्चों का मैटर है. अगर 1600 बच्चों का मैटर होता तो रैंक सिर्फ 1600 से या 2000 से बढ़ जाती, लेकिन रैंक बढ़ रही है 20 से 25,000 से. कल नितिन विजय सर जी भी आए थे रिपब्लिक भारत में, बोल रहे हैं कि मतलब 25,000 ऐसे डॉक्टर इस बार बनेंगे जो कि बनने के बिल्कुल काबिल ही नहीं है. तो आगे चल के मेडिकल लाइन भी कितना खराब हो जाएगी. तो इसलिए क्या है कि अपन लोग इस चीज को अभी अगर मैनेज कर लेते हैं तो अच्छा रहेगा.
तो ग्रेस मार्क्स पर जो अभी तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक तरीके से उन्होंने कह दिया है कि उनका रीटेस्ट होगा और फिर री एग्जामिनेशन का रिजल्ट 30 तारीख को डिक्लेयर होगा, फिर काउंसलिंग 6 को होगी. तो आप उससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है?
हाँ, वो आपका अच्छा मतलब आपने काम किया है कि हाँ ग्रेस मार्क वाला सॉल्व हो गया, लेकिन मेजर इशू तो जो है वो पेपर लीक वाला है ना. लेकिन आप पेपर लीक पे बिल्कुल ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहे और आप पेपर लीक को मान ही नहीं रहे कि पेपर लीक हुआ भी है. अगर पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ है तो आपने 12 लोग अरेस्ट क्यों कर रखे हैं, और पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ तो मतलब उन लोगों ने खुद कबूला है कि मैंने पेपर लीक कराया है. और 33 लाख में हमने जो है.
आपका नाम?
हर्ष दुबे.
और कहाँ से आप?
मैं यूपी कन्नौज से.
Thanks very much. So Tanima, there you heard it from some of the students who say that paper leak continues to be one of the most important issues, and there has to be some sort of a robust action taken on that. Though the Supreme Court has said that that matter will also be heard along with the other petitions on the 8th of July, the NTA maintains that there was no paper leak that has come out in the public domain as of now.
Right, Vedant, since you're with the students, they are the ones who are the heart of the story, frankly speaking. If you can ask them what is their thought as far as the CBI investigation demand is concerned, and also whether or not the testing agency chief, who's of course facing a lot of heat over this entire issue, whether they agree with the demand of replacing him.
All right, so of course a lot of students gathering here. In fact, जब तक वो उनसे बात करें कि अब ये सीबीआई की जांच पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है कि हम एकदम से तो जांच नहीं ऑर्डर कर सकते सीबीआई की.
सीबीआई एक पर्सनल बॉडी है. इंडिया के जो 4 स्तंभ है पर्सनल बॉडी है.
और उससे स्वतः संज्ञा लेना चाहिए। अच्छा, कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि पटिशन दायर करें। क्या अमूमन हर किसान जो अपने बच्चे को पढ़ाता है, क्या वो पटिशन दायर कर सकता है? इतनी कैपेसिटी नहीं हम लोगों की है, और हमारी पटिशन सुनी भी नहीं जाएगी। यानी ये तो सुना नहीं जा रहा, तो पटिशन कैसे हम लोग दायर कर सकते हैं?
चलिए, आप एक पेरेंट के पर्सपेक्टिव से बताइए, पेरेंट के नजरिए से, जो बच्चा इतने सालों प्रिपेयर करता है, आपको लगता है कि इनजस्टिस हुआ है बच्चों के साथ?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। इसलिए तो हम लोग दुखी है। आज मैं 1 सप्ताह से दिल्ली के प्लेटफार्म पे सो रहा हूँ अपने बच्चों को ये कवर करके कि मेरा बच्चा, मैं सपोर्ट इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि बच्चा हाइपर हो रहा था और मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो रहा था। तो मैंने कहा कि मेरा बच्चा मुझसे चला ना जाए। मैं सिर्फ बच्चे को सपोर्ट इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि बच्चा कोई गलत कदम ना उठाए। तो मैं 24 आवर्स बच्चे के साथ रहता हूँ और सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, और सरकार से और मांग कर रहा हूँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से न्याय की गुहार लगा रहा हूँ आपके माध्यम से। 1 सेकेंड में मेरा आपके माध्यम सुप्रीम कोर्ट से गुहार है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट एक ऐसी बॉडी है जिससे तो स्वयं संज्ञान लेना चाहिए इतने बड़े मैटर को, ताकि पटिशन की बात भी नहीं ले रही है। और इतना बड़ा मैटर है जो अभी बिहार का मैंने न्यूज़ सुना है कि बिहार में जो पुलिस का जांच करने वाला अधिकारी है वो कंटेम कर रहा है कि ये मुझे सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो ये दोनों आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, ये सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इतनी बड़ी चीज को क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो मजिस्ट्रेट बात नहीं जानते क्या?
आपके बच्चे से एक जल्दी से आप एक बार और ये बात बताइए कि एनटीए चीफ पर जो बोला है, एनटीए चीफ पर काफी मांग आप लोग करें कि एनटीए के चीफ को, एनडीए के डायरेक्टर जनरल को हटाया जाए, उस पर आपकी क्या मांग है?
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये लोग हर बार ये पेपर लीक वगैरह करवा रहे हो, हर बार ये घपलेबाजी कर रहे हो, तो ये अच्छा तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। क्योंकि नई एकदम से कमेटी बनानी चाहिए जो कि पेपर कराए। बिल्कुल नई एजेंसी होनी चाहिए।
आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं ट्रस्ट कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुआ है जो ये टेस्टिंग बॉडी?
बिल्कुल, पूरी तरह से ट्रस्ट
So there you heard it, Tonima. Many of them not satisfied with what the NTA has said, what the committee formed by the NTA has said. They say that there needs to be an entirely fresh look at the NEET examination. The integrity of the entire examination process has been compromised, is what a lot of these students say. They say that they will continue to protest till the time there is a CBI inquiry into
very important voices there, students who have landed up, a delegation of students outside the Education Ministry with their demands as far as this entire NEET mess is concerned. Moving on to another important update coming in, and as we mentioned, that RSS chief is in Uttar Pradesh's Gorakhpur, and now there is some information that there is a meeting likely to take place between Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. As we have reported that the RSS chief is already in Gorakhpur, and Yogi Adityanath, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, is said to be heading to Gorakhpur tonight. He is, of course, Gorakhpur is his constituency. Yogi Adityanath's constituency, and he does visit it quite often. But the fact that both these personalities are in the same area has in fact led to a lot of buzz, a lot of speculation. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat already in Gorakhpur, and now Yogi Adityanath is heading to Gorakhpur tonight. And remember, this comes in just days after BJP's dismal performance in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections, specifically in Uttar Pradesh, where they were reduced to number in the 30s, having got 62 seats in the previous election. But this time around, that was not the case. That number was halved. Let me go across to my colleague Tanishq for more on this. Tanishq, you know, this is, of course, the fact that both these men are going to be in Gorakhpur at the same time, that has led to a lot of political buzz and a lot of speculation. Take us through the importance of this. The fact, RSS chief, of course, there to attend a particular event. Yogi Adityanath, that's his constituency. He can, of course, go back. There is no confirmation yet on a meeting, whether it's scheduled or not. But it will be important to keep an eye on this.
Yes, of course. You know, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat is already there in Gorakhpur. Right now, CM Yogi is in Varanasi. Tomorrow, CM Yogi is expected to be in Gorakhpur. Then, of course, you know, both of them, Mohan Bhagwat and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, both being present in Gorakhpur at the same time, there is a very high possibility of at least a courtesy meeting between the two. Now, this you know, of both the leaders being at the same time in Gorakhpur is very important, especially in the backdrop of Lok Sabha polls and the remarks made by RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat few days back. So, of course, a very important development here, of course. Right now, let me just clarify that there is no confirmation on meeting as of now, but there is a very high possibility of meeting. There is a high possibility of a courtesy meeting at least between RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who is in Gorakhpur currently. He is on a 5-day visit. He addressed around 2,800 Karyakartas also. And at the same point of time, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, currently he is in Varanasi, and tomorrow he is expected to be in Gorakhpur.
Right. Tanishq, of course, it's just been a few days that the Lok Sabha election results have come out. I'm sure already some spot reviews have taken place by, conducted by the BJP as to what went wrong for them in Uttar Pradesh. But whether or not, in a way, the blame game is on, those are, of course, there's a lot of undercurrent in terms of who's being blamed or not in terms of for the UP debacle. But take us through, very interestingly, some of the points which were made by the RSS chief recently in his speech that you were mentioning, which in a way a lot of people are interpreting it as an indirect message to the BJP. Take us through some of the main points that RSS chief made in that speech.
Yes, of course, RSS chief, while after just his first speech after the 2024 Lok Sabha results came out, he of course expressed concern over the prolonged unrest in Manipur since the violence erupted. He of course highlighted the urgent need to restore peace in the northeastern state. Now he was of course addressing a gathering of RSS leaders and trainees in Nagpur in Maharashtra. And, he stressed out that the issue must be prioritized. But apart from that, he also addressed the issue for the second time. Bhagwat also emphasized the need to move beyond the election rhetoric and concentrate on nation's pressing problems. Now, if I quote Mohan Bhagwat, he said, elections are a process of building consensus. There is a system in place to ensure that both sides of any issue are represented in a like-minded parliament. So this is what Mohan Bhagwat said. So of course these statements hold a lot of political importance. At the same point of time, he also said that naturally if I quote Mohan Bhagwat, he said, naturally achieving such a consensus is challenging among individuals who have arrived here through intense competition. Hence we rely on the majority. So of course very important statements that were made by Mohan Bhagwat a few days back. And at the same point of time, his visit in Uttar Pradesh is very important. A little unrelated, but of course there is a BJP tussle that's going on in the western Uttar Pradesh between Sanjeev Balyan and Sangeet Som after Sanjeev Balyan, former union minister, lost the Muzaffarnagar seat, and there has been a blame game that's been going on between the two political leaders. Now, of course, since UP, there was a major setback in Uttar Pradesh for the BJP, and now if the meeting happens between Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, it will be very important politically, not just looking back at the Lok Sabha elections, but also the 2027 UP Vidhan Sabha elections and the next Lok Sabha elections. If at all the meeting happens and UP polls the Lok Sabha polls performance in Uttar Pradesh is discussed.
Right. Tanishq, very important that you mentioned Sangeet Som and Sanjeev Balyan, their key figures in western Uttar Pradesh. And there is, of course, as I mentioned, some blame game already which has started within the Uttar Pradesh BJP leaders as to who is to take the fall for this dismal performance. Mohan Bhagwat there, of course, in Uttar Pradesh to attend an event, but he's also expected, obviously, to take stock of the UP debacle. What sort of a role do we see Mohan Bhagwat actually playing there? I mean, whether or not, of course, the meeting with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister will be very, very significant. But what sort of a role are we expecting Mohan Bhagwat to play there right now? RSS, of course, is the parent body of BJP, and their grassroots workers are very key in terms of the entire election management of the election, the process that BJP follows in terms of spreading the message to the last mile, as they say. Is this some sort of a post-poll review for which he is in Uttar Pradesh in order to see what they need to change ahead of the assembly elections, which is still due in some time? But nonetheless, is it a course correction of sort meeting that is likely to take place today, or is it a post-poll review taking a stock of the ground situation that is on the agenda for Mohan Bhagwat?
Well, first of all, again, very important to mention again that the meeting is not confirmed as of now. But if the meeting happens and elections are discussed, there is a very high possibility of discussing two things. One, of course, as you mentioned, Tanima, that what went wrong in Uttar Pradesh as far as Lok Sabha polls are concerned, because the BJP was very confident for many reasons, be it Ram Mandir, be it the Modi Yogi factor. The BJP was confident of getting a good number. In fact, their slogan was Uttar Pradesh mein 80 ki 80 seat lani hai is baar. So the BJP was very confident, and of course the election results showed an opposite picture. So if at all the meeting happens and polls are discussed, there could be a look back at what went wrong, what went right, a discussion over there, and also there could be a look ahead discussion of what next, what course correction could be done for the future, for the upcoming elections. Especially, we must not lose the sight of the 2024 UP Assembly polls. 403 Vidhan Sabhas will be polling in 2027, and it will be very important, especially because this time the opposition will be going full throttle against the BJP because of a good performance in 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So that discussion could also, could take place. But all of this depends on whether or not the meeting will take place. Again, I would like to mention that there is no confirmation of the meeting, but Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be in Gorakhpur tomorrow. As of now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is in Varanasi.
Tanish there will be keeping an eye on all developments. Now Gorakhpur at the center as far as UP politics is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us there. More breaking updates coming in, and this from Kolkata, where a fire has broken out at a key mall in Kolkata. This is the Acropolis Mall, and what we are given to understand is fire tenders have been rushed to the mall at the moment. The initial report suggests that fire broke out at a food court on the 5th floor of Acropolis Mall in Kolkata. No casualties or injuries have been reported so far, but you can see there smoke coming out of that mall building and efforts being made by the firefighters there to bring people out. Those are pictures coming in of the firefighters there actually trying to, in a way, let the smoke out of that building, that we can see the window panes there being broken in. That is part of the firefighting operations. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, what do we know as of now?
The fire has almost been put out. It is, of course, like you said, broke out on the food court of the mall, and of course, the fire brigade was rushed to the area. Acropolis Mall is located in the Kochba area of Kolkata. It's a very popular mall. It also has, the building also has high-profile restaurants, etc. But obviously, people were escorted out by the fire brigade, evacuated from the building. No reports of any casualties so far. Smoke still seen billowing out of the mall, because these are malls that are glass construction. So there's a lot of times when the fire brigade has to break the glass to let the smoke escape. Sometimes people can die of asphyxiation because of the smoke. So that's one of the reasons why the idea is to let the smoke out, which is what you see in the pictures right now. The fire brigade is there on the spot. People have been escorted out, evacuated from the building.
Right. So Saurabh there, in fact, reporting that the fire is almost doused by now. It's been put off completely almost, and this is probably the last few stages left in terms of the firefighting operation. The building's been completely evacuated, and it's at the moment no injuries or any further reports of anybody being injured, which is coming in from this particular incident in Kolkata. We'll head into a short break at this point. Stay tuned to NDTV for more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Now, a Bengaluru court has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP veteran and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, after he failed to appear for questioning in a case under the POCSO Act. In fact, there is a molestation case which has been filed against him. The former Chief Minister has now sought relief from the High Court. The Karnataka BJP, of course, has accused the Congress government of pursuing vendetta politics, which has been denied by the Karnataka government, saying that they are following procedure as per law.
Investigation ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಈಗ FSL ಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ VIP ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನಂತರ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಯಾಕೆ
Why did they include Rahul Gandhi? In what way Rahul Gandhi is connected? He was being summoned to the Bangalore court. He came all the way respecting the court. He never involved. He is not the president of the party, either in the state or in the national level. Why did they include his name? Why did the BJP MLC file a complaint? No point of time. We don't want to do vindictive politics. We are very large-hearted. Congress party is looking at very large-hearted. In our tenure, as of 10 years tenure or any term, we never vindicated anyone. It is the basic concept of BJP which they always do.
Trouble mounting for former Chief Minister of Karnataka and BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa. A special court has issued a non-bailable warrant against him. This is in connection to a sexual assault case. In fact, we are at the moment standing outside B.S. Yediyurappa's house. He's not here at the moment. There is no information of where he is. He could be somewhere in Karnataka, somewhere in Bangalore or in Delhi. At the moment, of course, he is trying for some sort of relief from Karnataka High Court as he's approached Karnataka High Court with two different petitions. One in which he's asked for quashing of the FIR and second in which he sought anticipatory bail soon after the special court issued non-bailable warrant against him. Yesterday, of course, a special public prosecutor before the court said that Yediyurappa was not cooperating with investigation as he did not appear for questioning despite issuing orders. In fact, Colt also submitting that the accused in fact attempted to destroy evidence by in fact trying to bribe the family of the victim. Of course, the mother of the victim, who is the primary complainant, passed away unfortunately, so therefore the brother of the victim has taken up the case and has also asked the investigation agency by way of a court that the investigation should be in fact expedited. He has approached the court seeking the same. So at this point, of course, all eyes on Karnataka High Court as to whether any sort of relief will be given to the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. He has sought anticipatory bail soon after NBW has been issued against him. There is a possibility that if his application is not in fact considered by the court and if his application is dismissed by the court, then he could soon be arrested.
Right. Now, staying with another important update coming in, and this is with regard to the actor Darshan case. Remember that the popular Kannada actor has in fact been involved, has been booked and arrested in a murder case, he along with his friend. Now, another key headway has in fact been made by the cops there. The driver who ferried the victim, Darshan's driver, has in fact been arrested after surrendering in front of the police. That makes it accused number 8 who has been surrendered in this case so far. Now, sensational details that have come out in the Darshan case. Remember, the Kannada actor has been arrested for murder. He had allegedly asked 3 other men to take blame for the crime in exchange of cash. And this murder, if we are to believe the police, had in fact been triggered by obscene texts allegedly sent by the victim to Darshan's friend Pavitra. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, I believe that both Darshan and Pavitra's interrogation is still continuing. They are both in police custody. But what are the police expecting, hoping to get? How is this latest arrest going to help them in terms of getting further evidence in this case?
Certainly, the new arrest that has taken place is of the driver who ferried this victim from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. He is obviously a key link in the case. In fact, this is the driver who was in the car when both the accused and a victim were present for a couple of hours. He had ferried them from Chitradurga all the way to Bengaluru, so therefore he may have some details of the sequence of events, perhaps also could provide details of the instructions given to him, the plan they executed while they were in the car, and how it all panned out in those couple of hours. So he will be a key link in the case, certainly. We are hearing that he was in hiding for some time, but fearing that he would be caught, he went ahead and surrendered himself before Chitradurga. Police, besides this, cops also conducted a spot inquest late at night in one of the places where Renuka Swamy was kidnapped from Chitradurga. This was done along with Raghavendra, who was the key accused in this case, was brought to the spot where he gave details, narrated the sequence of events as he recreated the entire crime scene. So at this point, multiple developments taking place in the case. A fresh arrest has happened. All these accused are in police custody. Now they will be produced before the court in a couple of days. Police trying to make a watertight case by understanding what the larger motive could have been. Is it the motive that they are talking about? The actor was enraged over the message that was sent.
Right. Radhika there reporting on this high-profile case that we've been tracking of Kannada actor Darshan being arrested for murder. Shifting focus now to another one of our top stories. Now, the special flight which was carrying the mortal remains of 45 Indians who died in the tragedy, in the fire tragedy in Kuwait. The special flight, in fact, has landed in Kerala just a short while back. The victims include 23 people from Kerala, 7 people from Tamil Nadu, 3 others from Uttar Pradesh, and 2 from Odisha, and 1 each from Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Bengal, Jharkhand, and Haryana. The bodies, remember, have been charred beyond recognition. DNA test, of course, has been conducted to confirm the victims' identities. On your screens there, of course, pictures that came in earlier today from the Cochin International Airport, where Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan was seen laying wreath on the mortal remains of the people who've been brought back. And we also got a reaction from the MOS of MEA, who was, in fact, on that flight. He had, in fact, accompanied the officials who brought back the mortal remains from Kuwait. Listen in to what he had to say.
The moment our government got to know that such a tragic incident has happened, the Prime Minister immediately convened a meeting and instructed us to reach to Kuwait immediately and take all possible steps so that the mortal remains can be sent back as soon as possible, because that's the least that we could have done. So we reached Kuwait, and the Honorable Prime Minister had already spoken to the authorities there, to the Foreign Minister there, and to the His Highness the Emir there. On Prime Minister's insistence, the authorities were very quick about it. They immediately undertook the task of completing the formalities, and we managed to bring back the bodies here as soon as possible. We also visited 5 hospitals where there were around 32 to 35 patients who were being treated of Indian origin who were injured in that fire. And we spoke to them individually, we inquired about their health, and all the hospitals and the directors were there. And I would also like to thank the hospital staff of each hospital that exceptional care is being taken by the hospital staff and the doctors of those patients.
कुछ हमारे परिचित हैं वहाँ पर, ऑलरेडी वहाँ से जानकारी मिली पहले, तो उसके बाद फिर हम लोगों ने नेट के माध्यम से देखा, टीवी के माध्यम से जानकारी मिली। कल प्रशासनिक तौर पर सारी चीज़ों की जानकारी उनकी तरफ से पुष्टि की गई, तब जाके हमको इस बात की कंफर्मेशन मिला कि नहीं, चूँकि हम तो मिसिंग के तौर पर या कहीं ना कहीं किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, इस पर्पज़ से अनभिज्ञ थे और जानकारी में लगे हुए थे कि भाई हमको कहीं नहीं मिले उस जानकारी हम लोगों को।
That is right. Those are, of course, the pictures, the latest pictures which have come in from the Kochi International Airport. Around 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire tragedy in Kuwait. The victims' mortal remains have been brought back. Those are the visuals of Pinarayi Vijayan there laying wreath, paying homage to the victims. In a way, family members, we are given to believe family members of the victims were also, some of them at least, were present at the airport as well. This is a special flight which brought back the mortal remains from Kuwait back to India. If we are just to recap for our viewers, among the victims, 23 people were from Kerala, 7 others from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh and 2 from Odisha, and there were also people who belonged to a few other states like Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Bengal, Jharkhand and Haryana. There will of course be DNA tests conducted on the mortal remains because the bodies have been badly charred beyond recognition, and that is a process which of course the Indian authorities will now follow before handing back the mortal remains to the family members. We are also given to believe that the flight had a stop at the national capital as well. Let me go across to my colleague Sam for more on this. Sam, what's the procedure from here onwards? Because the bodies have been badly charred, they have been charred beyond recognition in a way, so the DNA test is going to be conducted before the mortal remains are handed back to the families. What do we know? What are the next few steps as of now?
Well, what we hear from authorities, both from Kerala and Tamil Nadu, is that the identification process is over in Kuwait itself. And now there will be no delay, but both these state governments have arranged exclusive ambulances to take the mortal remains to the respective homes of these families across Tamil Nadu and Kerala. The flight landed around 11 o'clock. Then a team led by Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and Senji Mastan, a minister from Tamil Nadu, besides many elected representatives from Kerala, had paid their last respects, and we understand now the ambulances are on their way to the hometowns across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. 23 of these workers are from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka. And the flight would then proceed to Delhi with the mortal remains of the other 14 members, all Indians who were burnt to death in that terrible Kuwait tragedy. And in terms of the investigation, we understand that a fire caused by possibly a gas cylinder leak that led to a series of cylinder explosions. The fire spread from the ground floor to the other floors of that building, and many were caught unawares as it was early in the morning. They were all sleeping, and now investigation revealed there could possibly be a series of fire safety violations as well. 3 members of that particular NBTC group are being interrogated, and one would hope that this would lead to the bottom of the issue and many would be brought to justice in terms of whoever were responsible for these violations. Authorities say that access to the terrace was locked. There were many partitions that hindered the free passage of these people, and these are all largely fire safety norms, and many say it's time India also leverages its close ties with countries in the Middle East. Now that we know the kind of unsafe conditions many from India live in such accommodations given by the employers, the government should mount pressure and make sure the employers and recruiters would comply with fire safety norms and other norms according to the local laws, so that at least in the future tragedies like this could be averted.
Right, I'm sure many lessons to be learned from this tragic incident there. Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that update. We'll slip into a short break at this moment. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to NDTV.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना
Welcome back, and we are revisiting and turning our focus back on that story that we broke just a short while back, that there is likely to be possibly a meeting between RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat and Yogi Adityanath. There is no confirmation of a meeting just yet, but both the personalities are likely to be in Gorakhpur at the same time. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat is already in Gorakhpur, and we are given to understand from sources that Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh chief minister, is heading to Gorakhpur tonight. Now remember, Gorakhpur, of course, is the Uttar Pradesh chief minister's constituency, but at the moment there's a lot of political buzz that there's likely to be a meeting between the two, considering that Mohan Bhagwat is visiting Gorakhpur just a few days after the Lok Sabha election results have come out, and BJP, of course, their performance this time in Uttar Pradesh was particularly poor. Let me go across to my colleague Ranveer Singh for more on this. Ranveer, there is a lot of political buzz, speculation. There is no meeting confirmed yet. But since both of them are going to be in Gorakhpur at the same time, there's a lot of speculation. Take us through the importance or the significance of RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat being there present in Gorakhpur right now, and what kind of a tie relation that he has, in fact, had in the past with Yogi Adityanath.
Of course, this meeting will be very important, and because after elections, this will be the first meeting between Yogi Adityanath and Mohan Bhagwat. Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is in Gorakhpur for a 5-day stay for organizational meeting, and CM Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur tomorrow. So obviously, when RSS chief is present in Gorakhpur, and Gorakhpur is the hometown of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur tomorrow, so there will be a courtesy meeting between the two leaders. So obviously after the elections, if they both will meet in Gorakhpur, so there will be some talks about the results of Lok Sabha elections in Gorakhpur, because BJP was targeting all 80 seats in past Lok Sabha election but won only 33, and NDA won 36. So out of 80, 44 seats were defeated. So obviously RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, if he'll meet Yogi Adityanath tomorrow in Gorakhpur, then there will be some political talks about the reasons behind defeat in UP. So this meeting will be very significant. Obviously, some political talks will happen. So Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur tomorrow, and RSS chief is in Gorakhpur. He arrived Gorakhpur yesterday evening, and he will stay for another 5 days. So obviously there will be a courtesy meeting, and in the courtesy meeting there will be some political talks, of course.
Right, as you were mentioning, Ranveer, Ranveer, that this is, if at all there's a meeting, it's likely to be seen as a courtesy meeting, but there's more than meets the eye in terms of both these personalities coming face to face and having a chat. Is there, what is in terms of the schedule that we know of Mohan Bhagwat? Because we're given to understand, of course, Uttar Pradesh is the battleground state, 80 seats, 80 Lok Sabha seats, and the fact that it went so horribly wrong for the BJP this time around, there is likely to be a post-poll review. So do we know, or do we have any understanding from our sources whether he's also conducting a sort of post-poll review of what went wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh?
I am present in BJP office in Lucknow, and the review meeting is going on in presence of State Chief Bhupendra Chaudhary. So the review meeting is going on between the party, but if we talk about Mohan Bhagwat and Yogi Adityanath, so this is a tradition of RSS that whenever Sar Sanchalak arrives in any district and BJP's big leader is present there, so there is obviously a courtesy meeting. So Mohan Bhagwat is in Gorakhpur for organizational meetings, and this stay is for 5 days, and Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur tomorrow. So there will be a courtesy meeting, and there will be obviously, when two leaders meet each other, they will talk about political situations in Uttar Pradesh. So RSS chief, he will ask about the reasons behind the defeat. If constitution, the political agenda of constitution change is the reason behind BJP's defeat in 44 seats or some other regions. So Yogi Adityanath will be in Gorakhpur, and if Mohan Bhagwat will ask about the reasons behind defeat, Yogi Adityanath will try to convince him about the reasons of the defeat in Uttar Pradesh on 44 seats.
Right. Ranveer, quickly before we let you go, there's of course a lot of review, as you were mentioning, taking place after the election results have come out. But what about the internal tiff in a way that we are already noticing within the BJP, specifically in the Uttar Pradesh BJP? We've already seen Sangeet Som and Sanjeev Balyan in a way blaming each other for the kind of results that Uttar Pradesh saw this time around. But this inner tension within the BJP is coming out more in the public eye now, just days after the elections. And what has been Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's stand on that?
BJP is trying to identify the reasons behind defeat on all 44 seats. And a few minutes back, I was talking to former Banda MP, R.K. Singh Patel, and he said, "हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था." So obviously, he is trying to tell BJP that the reason behind his defeat was internal politics in Banda. And if we talk about overall perception, then there are so many different reasons. It differs from seat to seat. So BJP is trying to identify those reasons why they were defeated on 44 seats, and the candidates of the constituency where BJP was defeated, they are called in Lucknow to tell the reason behind defeat, and BJP constituted a team of 62 leaders. They will visit in those constituencies which were defeated defeated in the past Lok Sabha election, and they will find out the reasons.
Right, Ranveer there. Thank you so much for joining us with that. On to one of our top focus stories now, and Prime Minister Modi is in Italy to attend the G7 summit. And this is, of course, the roundtable, the gathering of the most influential leaders in the world. Now, there are several big bilateral meetings which are lined up for Prime Minister Modi today. He is expected to hold talks with Italy's Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Italy, of course, is the host country. And he's also expected to meet Emmanuel Macron. A meeting with Pope Francis is also on the sidelines. In fact, the focus for India at G7 is going to be on developments as far as artificial intelligence tech is concerned, also on energy and energy resources, and on Africa. Let's take a look at this report sent by my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's reporting from Bari in Italy.
Italy is a very strong partner nation. The trade between India and Italy has really gone up. Remember, there are 2 lakh people of Indian origin who reside in Italy. The second largest number of people of Indian origin outside the Netherlands. Indian industry has contributed more than $400 million into Italy across sectors, whether it's IT, pharma, engineering, other areas as well. There's an incredible historic connect, which I've been speaking about as well. Remember, Indian soldiers fought for the liberation of Italy in the Second World War. 50,000 of them were involved in some of the biggest battles of the Second World War, including the Battle of Monte Cassino. That's something that's not been forgotten here in Italy. It's been forgotten perhaps in India to a large extent. But Indian soldiers and their contribution for the liberation of Italy, even though that happened decades and decades back, liberation from fascism is something that is revered over here in India. Indians are really looked upon as Italian saviors in a certain sense, way back in the day.
Right, we'll slip into a short break at this point, but on the other side, Divya coming up with a special discussion on the heat wave in India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense.
Welcome back. Let's get your check on the weather, and heat wave conditions that have been prevailing in the northern part of the country are going to continue over the next 5 to 6 days, is what the IMD has said. There's no respite even as far as the hilly areas are concerned. We're talking about the Jammu division of Jammu and Kashmir, or whether it's Himachal Pradesh or even Uttarakhand, where heat wave conditions are going to last. But the area as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, there's a red alert warning that's been issued by the Met Office. Heat red alert has been issued, saying that it's going to be extremely hot. Temperatures there are going to be 5 to 7 degrees above normal than what's usually expected. When we talk about the national capital, the temperature here is touching 45 to 47 degrees, and that is going to continue. No respite in sight. To get more on this, we have Dr. KJ Ramesh, the former DIG of the Met Office, joining us. A very good afternoon. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us here at NDTV. When we take into account the kind of heat wave days that we are seeing, especially out of the 36 divisions, 15 or 14 of them to be precise has seen more than 15 days of heat wave. In Odisha, the heat wave days have been as much as 27. In Rajasthan, about 23. So is the case here in Delhi. In West Bengal, about 21 days. When we talk about these many days of heat wave, sir, the Met Office had said this time around it will be hotter than usual. Heat wave days will be more than usual. But they had said there will be an exception as far as the northwest plains are concerned. But this time around, we're seeing it's exceptionally hot. There's been just no exception whatsoever.
It is because of the slow monsoon movement on the eastern side. If you remember, along with the Kerala, almost 1 day difference, monsoon was advancing and advanced over northeast India and most of the Bangladesh, even Sikkim, etc. So it remained there for last 10 days, 12 days, whereas on the western side, peninsular side, it has covered up to Bombay and even up to Surat. So that's how monsoon was sluggish in advancing over Gangetic plains because of the northwesterly flow coming from the northwest India and Pakistan side. So because of that, monsoon advancement is slow, and hence heat wave is prevailing. And as you have seen, we have seen extreme heat wave days and hot spots of heat wave starting from March itself this year. So until monsoon advances to Delhi and northwest India, particularly West Rajasthan, so heat wave conditions are expected to remain. At least for next 7-8 days, there is no respite.
Sir, having said that, monsoon doesn't touch the northern part of the country. I mean, here in Delhi, it doesn't come till the 27th of June. From what we are seeing, it's not just now, the pre-monsoon phase, but even last month. And when we take into account the entire summer season that we are seeing, it's been exceptionally hot. You're saying that the monsoon so far has been stalled, especially the eastern branch of it. It hasn't moved since the 31st of last month. As far as it's now, right now, it's remained stuck. As far as Mumbai is concerned, no movement seen there as well. Are we expecting the monsoon to remain stalled for another few days, or is it going to start progressing from now on?
No, from around from now onwards in next 4-5 days, slowly it will advance to the hill states, particularly the Sikkim side and just foothills of Himalayas, close to East Nepal and all. Slowly it will start advancing from eastern side, and northern from this side also it will cover Gujarat perhaps by 20th or 21st. But as we have been seeing from March itself this year, we have seen hot weather conditions, spells of heat wave.
Sir, my last question to you, a very quick question to you. When can we expect monsoon to reach Delhi? I'm so sorry, we're completely out of time. But just before I let you go, when does monsoon reach Delhi?
Monsoon perhaps will reach between 26th and 30th of this month.
Right.
As
so
per
much.
The present projections of the forecast. So definitely after 26th only, not before that.
Thank you so much, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, for speaking to us here on NDTV. With that, wrap up this bulletin. Lots more coming up on the other side. Just stay with us.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the Real Driving Simulator or FIFA game.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is in Uttar Pradesh. A meeting with the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is expected, as RSS Chief is in Gorakhpur. He's expected to be there over the next 4 to 5 days. Rape convict Rahul Gandhi seeks parole yet again. The Dera chief is asking for parole for 21 days in order to attend a function of the Dera Sacha Sauda. The Punjab and Haryana government have issued a notice asking to look into the matter. A CBI probe the demand as far as a NEET exam is concerned, and we are talking about the Supreme Court that will be hearing petitions seeking a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities in the medical entrance exam, and that is coming up in court on the 8th of July. In the Kuwait tragedy, mortal remains of the 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire that took place on Wednesday. Those bodies have been brought back. 31 of those bodies belong to the southern states, and the mortal remains there first reached Kochi. That plane will now be reaching Delhi, where the state in charge of the mortal remains of the 14 others will then be taken to their homes. Prime Minister Modi is in Italy, has an action-packed day. He will be meeting with Rishi Sunak as well as, of course, he will be meeting the Prime Minister of Italy. He's also expected to meet Emmanuel Macron. Will he be meeting Joe Biden? That is the big question. Heatwave alert for the northern part of the country. No respite in sight over the next 7 to 8 days. Temperatures will remain in the 45 to 47 degree mark. The Met Office says that the monsoon will take time to reach the northern part of the country, not before the 27th as far as Delhi is concerned. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadra. Let's get your top story, and that's the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who is in the state of Uttar Pradesh. He's in Gorakhpur. He got there on Wednesday. He's expected to be there over the next few days. We're saying about the next 4 to 5 days is when the RSS chief will be in the state of Uttar Pradesh. A key meeting is expected, and that meeting is expected to take place between the chief minister of the state, Yogi Adityanath, with the RSS chief. Yogi Adityanath is also heading back to Gorakhpur. So the RSS chief, who's already there in the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, is expected to meet with the chief minister. But will this meeting mean a reflection as far as the BJP's performance in the state of Uttar Pradesh during the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections is concerned, or will this just be a courtesy meet is the big question. And to answer that, we have my colleague Ranveer joining us. Ranveer, the chief of RSS, Mohan Bhagwat, who has attended a Karyakarta camp in Gorakhpur on Thursday. He reached there on Wednesday. He's likely to stay there for another few days. Can we expect that meeting that's going to take place? Is what we're hearing from what we're picking up is that he's expected to meet with the chief minister, who's also expected back in Gorakhpur. Will that just be a courtesy meet, or can we expect a meeting that reflects on the poor performance as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned in the Lok Sabha elections?
Look, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat arrived at Gorakhpur yesterday evening, and he will be staying in Gorakhpur for another 5 days for organizational meeting. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visiting Varanasi today, and he will move to Gorakhpur tomorrow. So a courtesy meeting is expected between Mohan Bhagwat and Yogi Adityanath tomorrow in afternoon. Obviously, when two leaders will meet, there will be some political talks, and obviously about the past Lok Sabha elections, because the BJP's performance in the Lok Sabha election was not up to the mark. So that's why it is expected that the meeting between Mohan Bhagwat and Yogi Adityanath will be a courtesy meeting, but there will be some political talks between the two leaders. And RSS, that is ideological mentor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So RSS chief, Sar Sanchalak Mohan Bhagwat, if he'll meet Yogi Adityanath tomorrow in Gorakhpur, then he'll ask about the reasons behind BJP's defeat in 44 seats, because BJP alone won 33 seats, while NDA partners won 3 seats. So the total number is 36, and BJP lost on 44 seats. So there will be a meeting between Yogi Adityanath and Mohan Bhagwat tomorrow. That is expected, because Yogi will be in his hometown Gorakhpur, and Mohan Bhagwat obviously he is in Gorakhpur for a 5 days organizational meeting, a pravas of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. So if Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur tomorrow, then obviously Yogi Adityanath will meet Mohan Bhagwat as a courtesy. But if they'll meet, there will be some political talks about the past Lok Sabha election and the reason behind BJP's defeat on 44 seats.
Ranveer, also take us through what are the days ahead looking like for Mohan Bhagwat. He is going to be in Uttar Pradesh, given the fact that what we're hearing is he's there for a few days.
I think, look, RSS always conduct pravas of the RSS chief, and he moves from one state to another for organizational meetings. So this time Mohan Bhagwat is in Gorakhpur for organizational meet. Tomorrow Yogi Adityanath will be visiting Gorakhpur, so obviously they will be meeting. And if we talk about BJP's review meetings, I am in BJP office in Lucknow, and there is a meeting going on about the reasons behind the defeat on 44 seats. So, State Chief Bhupen Chaudhary, Mahamantri Sangathan, Dharampal Singh, both the leaders are here, and they has asked the defeated candidate to mention the reasons behind their defeat, and obviously BJP constituted a 62-member committee. They will visit on different seats and they will find out the reasons about the defeat, if there is an internal conflict between the party or the regions are some other regions. So they will find out the reasons, and BJP is planning to go on bypolls on the 9 seats which are vacated due to the MLAs winning Lok Sabha elections. So BJP is preparing for the by-elections and obviously for 2027's UP Assembly elections. So this time, after the defeat of the Bharatiya Janata Party on 44 seats, a review meeting is going on in BJP office Lucknow, and all the BJP's top leadership, they are trying to find out the reasons on each and every seats which were defeated in the Lok Sabha election.
Right. Thank you so much, Ranveer, for joining us. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on to more news now, and rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim has filed for another petition in the Punjab and Haryana High Court for a 21-day parole. The Dera Sacha Sauda chief was granted a 50-day parole in January for a 7th time in just 10 months. Ram Rahim, in his petition, has said that he needs parole in order to participate in a program that's being hosted by the Dera Sacha Sauda. After admitting his petition, the High Court issued a notice to the Haryana government and also the SGPC and sought a reply by the 2nd of July. We have Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, Ram Rahim there seeking yet another parole. It's hard to even keep count of the paroles that have been granted to him in the past few months alone.
Well, we have seen once again this issue has become one of the major issue in the state of not only in Haryana, in Punjab also. And today we have seen the court has already issued notice to SGPC and others, so that on July 2nd they are going to hold a marathon discussion whether this parole will be granted to rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim or not. We have seen a lot of questions are being raised by SGPC when he was able to secure multiple times parole from this Haryana government. We have seen Haryana government was in a denial mode at that time. They say is the prerogative of the jail department, and they are going to take a final call whether they want to grant him parole or not. But this time, this has become one of the main issue in the state of Punjab and Haryana, and let's see on July 2nd what type of the reply SGPC and others are going to file, and then let's see how the court is going to take preview on this overall development, whether he will be able to get relief or not. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, we will keep tracking that story and the development in terms of Ram Rahim seeking a parole for 21 days in order to participate in a program of the Dera Sacha Sauda. Moving on now to more news, and we're talking about a Bengaluru court that has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa after he failed to appear for questioning in a case under the POCSO Act. That case is now coming up in court at about 2:30 this afternoon. The former Chief Minister has sought a relief from the High Court. The Karnataka BJP on Thursday has accused the Congress government in the state of pursuing vendetta politics in the POCSO case involving the former Chief Minister of the state in retaliation for dragging Rahul Gandhi to court in a defamation case. So let's just listen into what G. Parmeshwara had to say regarding allegations being made of the Congress party hitting out at him, and it is the BJP defending him, saying that this is nothing but vendetta politics.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ FSLಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, VIP ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನಂತರ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ
Why did they include Rahul Gandhi? In what way Rahul Gandhi is connected? He was being summoned to the Bangalore court. He came all the way respecting the court. He never involved. He is not the president of the party, either in the state or in the national level. Why did they include his name? Why did the BJP MLC file a complaint? No point of time. We don't want to do vindictive politics. We are very large-hearted. Congress party is looking at very large-hearted. In our tenure, as of 10 years tenure or any term, we never vindicated anyone. It is the basic concept of BJP, which they always do.
And of course, the case revolves around a 17-year-old girl. It was the mother of the girl who had filed this complaint. She had gone on to accuse the senior BJP leader of sexually assaulting that 17-year-old during a meeting at his residence back in February of this year. A police case was registered on the 14th of March and the probe was transferred to the CID. However, unfortunately, the 54-year-old complainant died of lung cancer last month. Of course, it is Yediyurappa who's gone on to deny those allegations. And, you know, we did hear the BJP come out in support of him. The Congress, they're attacking him. Of course, this is revolving that case that was reported by the mother. Unfortunately, the mother has passed away. But, you know, it is a case that's coming up in court today. And the Chief Minister who's seeking relief from the High Court, the matter that will come up in court at about 2:30, so just minutes from now, for his anticipatory bail application, his plea to quash the FIR, that will be heard in the Karnataka High Court at about 2:30 p.m. So he has been booked under the POCSO Act and the IPC sections relating to sexual harassment after that woman that alleged that the senior BJP leader had sexually assaulted her daughter, who was all of 17 years of age. This incident that took place at their residence, she had gone to make a complaint regarding, you know, a sexual assault, and that is when she was apparently assaulted by the BJP leader. So that case is coming up as Yediyurappa has denied all kind of allegations. He is seeking an anticipatory bail and his plea to quash that FIR that will come up in court in minutes from now. Switching tracks now to the latest as far as the case involving the Kannada actor Darshan is, you know, in that case, the latest development is that the driver who ferried the victim has surrendered. We're talking about Ravi, the driver, who was, in fact, he has surrendered to the police in the sensational details that have now come out in the case. As far as actor Darshan is concerned, do remember it was Renu Swami who was murdered on the 88th of June this month. His body was recovered on the 9th. It is now, the details that are coming out also include CCTV footage, and also there are 3 men who have said that they were asked to take the blame, to take the fall in the case in exchange for money. It's the actor who apparently had offered money to those 3 men. They were offered 5 lakh rupees each to implicate themselves in the case. We have my colleague Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, take us through the details of this driver who's finally, gone ahead and surrendered to the police. There's also CCTV footage. There's also men who have gone on record to say that they were being paid money to take the blame for the actor.
That's right. Multiple fast-paced developments happening in this case. Ravi, who was the driver who ferried the victim as well as the accused from Chitradurga to Bengaluru, has surrendered before Chitradurga police. He is now taken into custody. Of course, he is a key link in the case, as he would be able to speak about the sequence of events, instructions given to him, and the kind of conversations and the plan they devised when they were traveling. Yes, there is a CCTV footage which shows Ravi's car that was traveling from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. The car had in fact, Renu Swami as well as some of the accused inside the car, of course. And now also the information that we are getting is that as far as the entire sequence of events are concerned, there are multiple, people who are being questioned at this point. The cops, in fact, also conducting an inquest, a spot inquest also last night in Chitradurga. That was done along with one of the main accused in the case, who is Raghavendra. He was also, taking the cops through the sequence of events and how they sort of travel from Chitradurga to Bengaluru along with the victim, and what exactly transpired on that fateful day. Of course, multiple people being questioned. Cops also looking at CCTV evidence as well as several other footage and telephonic evidence and the conversations that may have happened over WhatsApp between the accused as well as the victim, and of course Darshan too. So at this point, all of them in police custody. They will once again be produced before the court in a couple of days. Many important CCTV evidence being collected by the cops at this point. We know for a fact that Darshan wanted 3 of the accused to take fall for the murder. He had in fact promised them 5 lakh rupees each to take the fall. However, the cops of course grew suspicious. Further interrogation revealed that this was all done under the behest of the actor Darshan. Of course, Darshan had also, we are being given to understand, along with other accused, allegedly beaten up, mercilessly beaten up Renuka Swamy in that particular shed for many hours before, of course, he succumbed to injuries, after which, of course, his body was dumped in a drain nearby. So several developments taking place. Cops at this point trying to make this watertight case, which is why they are gathering as much evidence as possible. But to make the case stronger now, Ravi, who's the driver who ferried the victim, has also surrendered before the police. He's going to be a key link as far as this entire case is concerned.
Right, Radhika, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Now, switching tracks as far as the NEET exam is concerned, and now the Supreme Court will hear the petition seeking a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities in the medical entrance exam on the 8th of next month. The court had asked the centre to submit a response by then over allegations of question paper leak as well as other irregularities. This is as far as the exam is concerned, and the centre and the NTA had yesterday told the Supreme Court that they had cancelled the grace marks given to the 1,563 candidates who took the examination for admission to the MBBS and other such courses. They will have the option to either take a retest or forego those compensatory marks awarded to them for the loss of time. Well, also it was the NTA that had asked the Supreme Court to transfer all the cases to the Supreme Court itself, as these cases were being heard in different high courts. And to get more on this, my colleague Vedant has all the details.
The NEET controversy continues to rage, and here in the national capital, a delegation of candidates has actually come to the Education Ministry. They wish to seek time with the Education Minister. Let's get a sense from them. आप अपना नाम बताइए.
मेरा नाम विकास है सर.
जी, आप नीट के कैंडिडेट रहे, कितने आपके मार्क्स आए थे?
मेरे 629 मार्क्स हैं.
अब देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है ये बोला है कि 8 तारीख को सारी याचिकाएं सुनवाई होगी सबकी, और 6 तारीख को कहीं ना कहीं काउंसलिंग जैसे पहले होनी थी वैसे ही होगी. आप इससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है? आप लोग री नीट की डिमांड करें?
यस सर, बिल्कुल सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है, क्योंकि सर 1563 की बात नहीं है, बात हमारे पूरे 24 लाख की है. सबके साथ स्कैम हुआ है, और बहुत स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे जिसने 4 साल मेहनत करके मार्क्स लाए हैं, उन्हें सीट नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या होगा?
आपकी कौन सा अटेम्प्ट था?
मेरा सर 4th अटेम्प्ट था. 4 साल की मेहनत है मेरी.
तो आप चाहते हैं कि 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए री नीट हो पूरा एग्जामिनेशन?
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, सभी के लिए होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो लोग चीटिंग करके इतने नंबर लाए वो कैसे बचेंगे? वो उनको सीट मिल जाएगी.
ठीक है, आप ये बताइए, आप यहाँ कन्नौज से आए, उत्तर प्रदेश से, आपकी क्या मांग है? आप सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए री नीट हो.
यस बिल्कुल, 24 लाख बच्चों का री नीट होना चाहिए. और हम लोग जब यहाँ पे अपनी बात को उठाना चाहते हैं तो इतनी पुलिस लगा दी जाती है. आप खुद दिखाइए, ये पुलिस दिखाइए जरा. इस पुलिस को वहाँ लगाना चाहिए था ना जहाँ पेपर रखा गया था. इस पुलिस को पेपर वाली जगह क्यों नहीं लगाया गया था? उस दिन कहाँ सब लोग चले गए थे? उस दिन नहीं किसी को ध्यान था कि पुलिस लगानी चाहिए यहाँ पे. आज यहाँ पुलिस लगाई है हमारी रखवाली के लिए. हम तो यहाँ पर दंगई करने आए हैं, हमें तो दंगई बनाया है.
ग्रेस मार्क्स वाले इशू पे उन्होंने बोला है कि री एग्जामिनेशन होगा. क्या आप उससे
इशू था? छोटा इशू था. आप ये पुलिस वाले सर लोगों को देख लीजिए जरा, ये लोग कितने आए यहाँ पे.
आपकी मांग क्या है?
यहाँ पे हमारी मांग है कि दोबारा से पेपर होना चाहिए, और बिल्कुल भी इस चीज पे सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है.
सीबीआई जांच पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है कि एकदम तुरंत ऐसे डायरेक्टिव नहीं इशू करा जा सकता, और 8 तारीख को होगा. तो अब 6 तारीख से काउंसलिंग फिर से होगी कहीं ना कहीं, अभी तक जो लग रहा है. तो आपको लग रहा है ये इनजस्टिस है बच्चों के साथ?
बिल्कुल इनजस्टिस है, क्योंकि जब काउंसलिंग हो जाएगी तो उसके बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद क्या बच्चों को आप निकाल पाएंगे?
आपको कौन सा अटेम्प्ट है?
4th अटेम्प्ट था मेरा.
कितने साल से प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं?
4 सालों से. और भी यहाँ भी कर रहे हो, मतलब सोच लिया था. 5 दिनों से भटक रहे हैं, तब कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है. अब यहाँ परमिशन चाहिए मिनिस्टर सर से मिलने के लिए. इन लोगों को मिनिस्टर इसलिए बनाया गया कि इनसे मिलने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए हम लोगों को. और परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? 10 दिनों से हम भटक रहे हैं, वो कोई नहीं दिख रहा है. आप पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे आ रखे हैं.
So, a lot of anger and outrage as far as students are concerned. In fact, their parents also accompanying them. There's a lot of security here as well. They wish to meet the education minister. They've come with a memorandum saying that they want a re-examination for all 24 lakh aspirants, and this is injustice. And whatever actions have been taken by the National Testing Agency as of now are not enough. because remember, the National Testing Agency continues to say that the integrity of the process, the examination process, was not compromised. But clearly, as you can see in all those voices, and listen, when you listen to all those voices, the outrage and the anger is palpable. In New Delhi, with camera person Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
Right, thank you Vedanta for getting us all those details, and as you could see, a lot of students and parents there protesting against the examination that's resulted in a huge controversy. We'll keep tracking that story. For now, we're slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is in Gorakhpur of Uttar Pradesh. He is expected to meet with the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yediyurappa, who will be back in Gorakhpur tomorrow. Rape convict Rahul seeks a parole for 21 days, saying that he needs to attend and participate a function of the Dera Sacha Sauda, which is why he's seeking for another parole. The a CBI probe has been demanded by the Supreme Court in the NEET row, and that case is going to come up on the 8th of July. Mortal remains of 45 Indians who lost their lives in that fire that took place in Kuwait has been brought back to India. They landed at the Kochi airport, as far as the mortal remains are concerned, at about 11 o'clock this morning.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking.
Welcome back now. The bodies of 45 Indian workers who died in a massive fire in Kuwait 2 days ago have been brought back. A special aircraft of the Indian Air Force landed in Kerala's Kochi this morning with the bodies. The victims included 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, and 1 from Bihar, 1 from Punjab, 1 from Karnataka, also 1 from Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jharkhand, as well as Haryana. The paperwork would have taken at least 7 to 10 days is what the authorities have said, but they were very quick with the action that was taken in order to bring the mortal remains back here to India, and that is on the instructions of the Prime Minister. And the good relations that India has with Kuwait is what the MP from Gonda, Kirti Vardhan Singh, had to say. He's also gone on to say that 3 people are believed to be in the ICU, 2 of whom are okay and said to be stable. There's 1 person who might require some more time, but all in all, they will all be discharged, is what he had to say. Kerala's Chief Minister, as well as Union Minister Suresh Gopi and former Union Minister Muralidharan were all present at the airport. A massive fire that erupted in that 6-storied building killed at least 49 people, of which 45 were Indians. The local administration is also probing as to how close to about 200 people were cramped up in a building that was 6 stories high.
The moment our government got to know that such a tragic incident has happened, the Prime Minister immediately convened a meeting and instructed us to reach to Kuwait immediately and take all possible steps so that the mortal remains can be sent back as soon as possible, because that's the least that we could have done. So we reached Kuwait, and the Honorable Prime Minister had already spoken to the authorities there, to the Foreign Minister there, and to His Highness the Emir there. On Prime Minister's insistence, the authorities were very quick about it. They immediately undertook the task of completing the formalities, and we managed to bring back the bodies here as soon as possible. We also visited 5 hospitals where there were around 32 to 35 patients who were being treated of Indian origin who were injured in that fire. And we spoke to them individually, we inquired about their health, and all the hospitals and the directors were there. And I would also like to thank the hospital staff of each hospital that exceptional care is being taken by the hospital staff and the doctors of those patients.
कुछ हमारे परिचित हैं वहाँ पर, ऑलरेडी वहाँ से जानकारी मिली पहले तो, उसके बाद फिर हम लोगों ने नेट के माध्यम से देखा, टीवी के माध्यम से जानकारी मिली। कल प्रशासनिक तौर पर सारी चीज़ों की जानकारी उनकी तरफ से पुष्टि की गई, तब जाके हमको इस बात की कंफर्मेशन मिला कि नहीं, चूँकि हम तो मिसिंग के तौर पर या कहीं ना कहीं किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, इस पर्पज़ से अनभिज्ञ थे और जानकारी में लगे हुए थे कि भाई हमको कहीं नहीं मिले उस जानकारी हम लोगों को।
We have my colleague Sam joining us. Sam, 45 people lost their lives in that fire, 31 of whom belong to the southern states of India. The remaining 14 mortal remains to be carried in that flight to Delhi. Has that flight, what time is that flight expected to reach Delhi?
Divya, we understand that flight has taken off towards Delhi with the mortal remains of the 14 other Indians who were killed in that terrible fire tragedy in Kuwait. And with regard to the other mortal remains of the 31 Indians, largely from Kerala, Tamil Nadu and one from Karnataka, after the leaders under the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had paid their last respects at the Cochin airport, they are now on their way to their hometowns across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Separate ambulances escorted by Kerala police are on their way, and they could reach their homes as early as this evening and before tonight. That's what authorities say. It's a terrible tragedy killing a total of 49 people, including 45 Indians. It all began with a gas leak, according to investigators, which turned into a fire, and then it led to a series of cylinder explosions, and the entire building, which had around 190 plus people, largely Indian workers, that went up in flames. And investigators now suspect there could have been a series of violations in terms of fire safety norms, and crucially the access to the terrace was locked. There were many partitions, too many cylinders on the ground floor, and that forced many of these workers to jump through their windows, causing more injuries, severe injuries. And now the attention has also shifted to the condition of these close to 40 people in hospitals being treated. And the Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, who returned from Kuwait after the repatriation work, has said only except for one, all others are doing fine, and it may take a few more days of stay in the ICU in the case of that one particular worker. And this also, in a sense, exposes the larger unsafe conditions Indian workers live abroad, particularly in the Middle East after this particular fire tragedy. And many hope that at least now the Indian government would take up this issue with the Middle East countries and make sure the employers, the recruiters would comply with safety norms, both in terms of fire safety and in terms of complying with workers' accommodation norms according to local laws there, leveraging its close ties with these countries. And in terms of compensation, lastly, the Tamil Nadu government and Kerala government have announced a 5 lakh relief to members of these families. In Kerala, a few NGOs have also come forward to give 7 lakhs together in addition to the government announcement, and the Prime Minister's office has announced a 2 lakh relief. But this is of poor consolation to the families of those who died in that terrible fire tragedy.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us those details. We will keep tracking that story. That flight, like Sam said, has taken off from Kochi, will be in Delhi, and then the representatives of the various states will then be carrying those mortal remains to their respective homes. With that, slipping into a short break, back with the whole lot.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the meta.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and this is in regard to that flight that was carrying the mortal remains of the 45 Indians who lost their life in Kuwait. The mortal remains have been brought back and this was on a special Indian Air Force flight. The mortal remains have been brought back to the airport. The victims include 23 from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, 2 from Odisha, and 1 each from Bihar, Punjab, Karnataka, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and Haryana, is what the Indian Embassy in Kuwait had to say. The paperwork would have taken at least 10 days, but the authorities were quick about it due to the instructions from the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, is what the MP of Gonda, Kirti Vardhan Singh, had to say, who had to rush to Kuwait soon after taking charge as a junior minister in the Foreign Ministry. Kerala's Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, as well as Union Minister Suresh Gopi, and the former